Fuck no.
I was on a road trip for work a couple of years
I was eating mac and cheese. I call it macaroni. I was eating macaroni, rice, broccoli, and this good ass flavored good chicken.
ago, and most of that took me right into the middle of nowhere. One big stretch through New Mexico into Texas, through lots of little scuzzy towns that I can't recall the names of. There's one incident that happens that goes down as the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Cut straight to the scene. I'm on day 4 of the drive, and I'm making pretty good time. On this particular day though, I'd woken up late, so I got a late start. It's about sundown when I'm running out of gas, getting ready to stop like usual, except I've only actually been driving for 6 hours when I planned on driving for 9 or 10. I hadn't made the progress that I wanted to, so I decided to gas up and push on through the night. Many of these dusty highway towns have 24-hour accommodations, so I really wasn't worried about finding a hotel somewhere. I roll into a gas station maybe 30 minutes later, just before I got the e-message on my dashboard. I park my truck, stretch my legs, and check my phone. As I'm doing this, I notice a guy sitting on the ground near the entrance to the gas station. He looks homeless, but he also looks upset. It's hard to explain. He just had this deep-seated frown on his face. Tried not to look at him and just went about my business. I moved some stuff around in the backseat of my truck, double-checked my belongings, all the regular road trip stuff. I heard a sound behind me. I turn around to find the homeless guy. Here's the thing, he must have been close to 7 feet tall. The largest man I've ever
Why
seen.
he look so mean?
Not particularly
and mad?
bulky, just towering with big features. Big hands, big nose, big head. The rest of him was just like dirty and slender. He had some loose belongings, a blanket and an armload of various items. He asked me for a ride in the
What's up,
deepest
Prime?
voice I've ever heard. It was frightening in the sense that I felt truly
I'm
powerless.
about to watch that.
This
video.
guy was so big, he didn't even seem human to me, and he wanted a favor. How the hell do I say no to that? I don't think that was part of his plan. He just used his size to kind of force the answer that he wanted. I didn't cave though. I told him I'm sorry. I'm on the clock and it's a work truck. No passengers allowed, and even said so on the insurance. None of this was true, but it sounded like an official mumbo-jumbo answer. Figured he'd get me out of any further request. The guy just kind of nodded and then moved out of my way. I apologized again and then said I passed a number of vehicles headed this way. Surely someone will help you out. In my panic to get away from this monster of a man, I just kind of barreled into the convenience store to pay for my gas in person. This seemed like a perfectly logical thing to do, when in reality I was just creating steps so I could be near another person. I got a big bag of jerky, a bottle of soda, and 16 gallons of premium. I asked about the guy outside and the clerk just shrugged, so I went on my merry way. When I got back into my truck, that guy was nowhere to be found, not even in his spot by the door. I put my stuff in my truck and dribbled the gas in the tank. Kept an eye out in every direction for that 7-foot-tall hitchhiker. I didn't see him, so I pushed on. Drove until 9 p.m., something like that. I was finally tired, and I'd put the distance behind me that I so desired. I rolled into some border town, secured a hotel room, and even found a little hole-in-the-wall bar that was still serving dinner. It was a dingy little wannabe Italian spot, built inside a double-wide trailer. It had a low red light, vaguely racist decor on the walls, but was warm and the food smelled amazing coming out of the kitchen. I settled in, ordered a beer, and then just zoned out on my phone. By my count, I'd still gone over a little 200 miles since I stopped at that gas station. I was right on schedule still, all was well. As I'm going over the map, I hear some incredibly heavy footsteps creak up the stairs and onto the porch of that bar and grill.
No.
They make their way to the door, which swings open. I see the frame of that homeless guy that was at the station. All I can see is his chest and shoulders because his head is too high for the door frame. He ducks down and creeps his way into the bar, shuts the door behind him. No one really says anything, but everyone gives them this lingering look as he strolls over to the bar. I don't really think anything of this at first, until I remembered the distance that I just crunched. This guy should be sitting under a flickering fluorescent light some 200 miles behind me, yet here he was, like he rode in the passenger seat of my truck.
Right, how you get there?
That's when it clicked.
Oh.
I watched as the bartender tells him he can have any table he likes. The guy takes one right in front of me.
That's fucking
He's
scary.
practically staring at me with a grin over the top of my phone. When we had our encounter, I got into the gas station earlier. This guy must have climbed into the bed of my truck. When I exited the gas station, I must have been so spooked that I was keeping an eye out around me, not really inspecting my truck at all. He probably just laid down flat that whole damn way, and I had no idea. He gave me a wink, as if to confirm my internal reasoning. There was literally no other logical way that he could be here. I scarfed down the food I ordered, slammed a beer, and left the bar as quickly as possible. The hitchhiker ate a big bowl of spaghetti in true psychotic fashion, just staring me down the whole time. It was a long, sleepless night in my hotel room. I just stared out from behind the blinds, making sure that that creep wasn't sleeping in my truck or stalking me in any way. I didn't see him the rest of the night, but that didn't mean he wasn't around. Who knows? Maybe he got a ride with someone else. Maybe he just wanted to mess with me. Either way, I'd never like to meet that 7-foot-tall phantom ever again.
Fuck no. Alright, I want to watch. What do you rate that story? 1 out of 10. How do you rate that story 1 out of 10? I low-key want to watch the story that you show, so hold on. Give me a minute. I want to watch the one that you were talking about. I want to see if that's really going to scare me. If my fan loud, let me know. The kid in the camera. I don't think this gonna be scary. Let me see. Let me see.
Once upon a star, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a happy little tot of 6 years old, and on his birthday he received a very special gift. His very own photo camera. Kalen loved the camera, so much that he took it out every day, snapping photos of anything he could. A picture here, a picture there, until one day a terrible accident happened.
Oh, he broke it.
And the camera broke. Kalen didn't sleep a wink, haunted by thoughts of his once perfect camera late into the night. That was when a sudden sound caught his attention.
What the fuck? I thought it was bro. It probably still is.
And there stood on the other side of Kalen's bedroom window a large winged creature. "Hello there, young lad," greeted the creature. "I'm the Kipsneed, your sleep fairy." "Sleep fairy?" "That is correct," replied the Kipsneed. "My job is to make sure you get a good night's sleep, but it's come to my attention that you haven't been resting at all lately. I'd like to know the reason why." Kalen had never heard of a sleep fairy. "My parents told me not to talk to strangers." "Strangers? I'm no stranger. I know all the girls and boys round the globe. I know their parents, their homes, their names. Why, I even know your name, Kalen. Now, would a stranger know your name?" Kalen thought on it for a moment. "No, I guess not. If you must know why I'm awake." It's my camera. It's broken.
For real.
And just like that, tears welled up in Kalen's eyes. Let me see. Then the Kipsnede had an idea. Why don't I get this camera fixed for you? Perhaps that would help you sleep easier. You could do that? Of course, and I know just the place. A factory in my homeworld. I'll lead you to the portal. Just follow my voice.
Oh no.
And the Kipsnede
No.
disappeared
Don't
into
do
the
it.
night.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
This way.
No.
Kalen followed close behind the Kipsnede.
I'm not trying to interrupt, but what if this is how like kids become missing? Like what if there's like little monsters that like show up by their window and like just mislead them out? Like you know what I mean? Like that would be crazy.
Snapping photos to mark the way in case of getting
What the
lost.
fuck?
Over here.
Yeah, that much to show. Exactly, but what the no? It's creepy. Oh nah.
At last, Kalen reached a house.
Run back.
Seems quite abandoned, thought the boy. And dark. But there was the Kipsnede's voice again, beckoning. The portal to my homeworld's inside. Come along.
Don't do it.
I must have my camera fixed.
No, no.
So, in spite of his obvious fright,
This
Kalen
dude, bro.
marched into the home.
No. Because not for us, over with, bro. What is he doing? What the fuck? That creature looked creepy. No, run now. Hell no. What was that noise? What is that? Bro, cook. Nah, for real, it's over with for him, bro. Ain't no coming back. What the fuck? Oh, it's over with. He kidnapped. Kidnapped.
Some weeks later, authorities discovered the basement. The rest of the boy was never found.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking gosh. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just watch? Never to be seen. What's up, babe? Right now I'm just watching scary stories. Prime had gave me a video to react off of, so I was reacting off of a video. That was crazy though. Like fuck no. What do you think about that story? What do y'all rate that story? I'll give it like I would say a 6 out of 10. It wasn't scary. Rated 1 out of 10 Z. Fuck no. That shit was not scary. I'll give it like a good 4 actually. Nah, I would say 4 or 3. 3, 4 out of 10. 10 for the weirdness.
When I was 10 or 11, my cousin and aunt visited us. We had fun throughout the day, and my aunt and cousin decided to sleep at my other aunt's house before leaving early in the morning. After such a fun day, I insisted upon sleeping at my aunt's house too, so I could spend more time with everyone. Later that night, we all fell asleep in the guest room, the only room that was available for us. I woke up suddenly at 5 a.m. I heard my mom and other aunt talking, so I was definitely awake. I saw that my cousin and aunt's things weren't there anymore, so I assumed they'd already left. I was about to fall back asleep. I looked at my left and saw someone sleeping beside me.
The fuck?
I was about to hug her, thinking it was my 21-year-old girl cousin. But then I saw her face.
Oh.
She wasn't my cousin at all. She was someone I didn't know. But she looked about the age of my cousin. She wore pajamas and a black shirt, and all I could do was stare at her. She started doing strange things, like stretching her legs up and down, and just focusing on the ceiling. It was all so odd.
Run off the bed, run out the room.
Feeling tired, I eventually drifted off to sleep like nothing had happened.
What the fuck?
I woke up at 8 a.m., looking at my left, and she was gone. I told everything to my mom and every family member in the house, but no one knew what I had experienced or who the girl was. My dad told me that my third eye was starting to see more, but I didn't really believe that. I'm turning 13 now, and that experience still remains a mystery to me. It never happened to me again, and hopefully it won't.
Oh, nah, bro. Fuck no. Fuck no. I read that story about like a 5 out of 10 though. It was short, not scary. Prom night. Prom night.
This story just happened last year. I work as a receptionist at a hotel.
It's gonna happen again because my video. Hey, fucking yo.
And we often hold high school
Oh, I think I've seen this
proms here, as we have a big hall and a stage. In order to get to the hall, you have to pass the reception desk. It was prom night, and it was already underway. All the students and teachers were in the dance hall. All the pictures had been taken, and the reception area was empty. At some point during the evening, someone approached the reception desk. I looked up to see a tall man standing there.
Oh, shit.
He had a clean-shaven face, and his hair was greasy and tied back in a ponytail. He was also wearing a suit that was pretty old, and it was also dirty, along with some Adidas shoes. His eyes were wide open, and he said, "I'm here for the prom."
Whoa.
At first, I thought he was kidding, but he looked dead serious. He accidentally said porn, then he said prom. I said, "Are you employed by the school?" He said, "No, I'm a student here." I still kept thinking he was joking.
Duke, is that a scary video or no?
He looked to be in his late 40s, and he was telling me he was a high school student. So I asked him, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 17. No, 16. Yeah, 16.
What the fuck?
At this point, I thought he was on drugs or something. I said, "I'm sorry, but you don't look 16 at all." He just stared at me, not saying a word, with his eyes wide, staring right at me. He then leaned over to me and said, "I'll make you a deal. I have a big blade in my pocket. If I'm not 16, you can cut my finger off.
What the fuck?
If I am 16, I can cut your finger off." I didn't get the chance to say anything because he walked out right after he said that. I told my boss about what happened. He said to let him know if he comes back and he'll deal with it. I finished my shift around 12,
oh, shit. He probably
and I went to get in my car. There was an envelope under my windshield wiper. Written on it was, A deal is a deal.
He got his finger on there or something.
I opened the envelope to see a human finger.
Damn.
And I had a feeling that this wasn't his own finger due to it being another color. I never saw that man again. And I always wondered why he was trying to get into that prom.
I'll give that what do y'all think about that story? I'll give that one like I'll probably say a 5 out of 10. It wasn't scary at all. It was predictable. 7. What? Hell no. Like a 5, 4. Let's do this one. A unforgettable horror night in the cabin. Why is my nose itchy? Are you sure is that scary or not, dude? Because I'll watch it at the end if it's not scary.
Years ago,
I'll watch it after I finish.
I took my family up to the cabins by the lake because I just won a big case against some drug dealer. In the middle of the night, my wife woke me up shaking my shoulder pretty hard. She told me that someone was banging on our door. I thought to myself, why would someone come to our cabin in the middle of the night? I got up to go check the door and my wife tried to hand me my bat, but I told her I wouldn't need it.
No, grab the bat. Why are you trying to
The
act
person
tough,
kept
bro?
knocking and I opened the door. It was a kid standing there. I asked him, "What are you doing here?" Then he started running.
What the
So
what?
I chased after him as my wife watched. He kept running in circles, then he
think he's trying
tripped
to
and I
set him
grabbed him and asked him, "Why are you knocking at our door in the middle of the night?" The boy said, "'Cause my uncles told me to."
See? They're trying to
I
set him up.
asked, "What? Why?" The boy hesitated and looked me straight in my eyes and said, "To get you out of the house."
I
Simultaneously,
knew it, bro.
I hear my wife scream out my name in horror. And I
Shit.
hear footsteps running right behind me. I turn around and I see 4-headed men running toward me.
Oh!
I reacted so quick that I ran over the kid. I see my wife and she ran off the porch ready to swing the bat, but I yelled at her to get back inside and called the cops. The guys were chasing me and were about 15 feet behind me. I made it inside the cabin, grabbed my cell phone and I called the cops. When the police officers arrived,
They were going.
they noticed that those guys went through our car and stole some of my information. Who were those guys?
They look creepy
And what
as
would have
fuck.
happened if they would have caught me?
Yo, Duke. Duke, tell me this one don't look like you, Duke. Tell me this one right here don't look like you. Tell me this one don't look like you. Or this one.
I know the situation could have been worse. They could have went inside the cabin with my kids and my wife, but what did they want with me? After that night, we never went back to that cabin.
What do y'all rate that story? I get that one like a 7 out of 10 because like it was kind of good a little bit. 5? What? You told me you rated the other story that, but you gave that one a 5? Alright, I'm not gonna watch this whole video. I want you to watch some of it.
I'm in charge of sound editing and audio at one of the broadcasting stations, and this is what I experienced the other day. The inside of our editorial room used to get too dark and gloomy, especially at night. So there were a lot of people who said they saw ghosts there. After I joined this broadcasting station, I just laughed when I heard about it. Nah, who believes that? However, not long ago, I had to change my mind. The audio file and film would sometimes disappear every other day. Of course, I was scolded by my seniors because of it, so I worked until dawn to make up for my mistakes. The hallway in the editing room was pretty long, and there was a small warehouse inside the room on the far end of the hallway where the film was kept. Originally, only the people in charge could enter the room. However, for some reason, I kept hearing a squealing sound in the room that day.
Oh, shit.
I guess someone's still working. While I was editing, I kept hearing that noise. Wondering who was inside, I got up from my seat, came out into the hallway, and opened the warehouse door slightly. And there was someone inside the room. A woman with disheveled hair was lying on the floor, attaching her stomach. She kept making grotesque sounds and crying. She was also frantically pulling out the tape from the film. The scariest part was the speed she was pulling the tape out. It didn't seem normal. It was abnormally fast, and her posture was she didn't just lie on her stomach. She didn't have a lower body. I ran away from the room screaming like crazy, and the next day I told my senior about this, and the senior who was listening quietly said this. After hearing it, I couldn't sleep at all. Maybe she was looking for the film she had appeared in.
What the fuck did that mean? That shit just scared me. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Maybe she was looking for the film she appeared in. The fuck? That story was confusing, so I'm gonna rate that like a 6 out of 10. A 6.5. Because I got scared a little bit. Just a little bit. The woman in a motel, okay.
It was one night. I was drinking out with my two friends when we left the bar after drinking and chattering for a long time. The last bus had left already. Well, I guess we have to stay a night somewhere, one of my friends told me, and we had no choice but to stop at the motel and sleep together. We lay side by side in bed, and it was about 2 hours after that everyone became quiet. The one who was sleeping in the middle suddenly woke me up with a frightened face. "Hey, let's get out of here right now," she said. "What? We just lied down," I grumbled, but she said this again and again in haste. "Please, let's go. I'll tell you the reason later. If you want to stay here, then I'll leave alone."
Oh.
I felt something uneasy about her reaction, so I woke up and shook another friend's shoulder lying next to me. But he didn't wake up no matter how many times I woke him up.
Get up, bro. Y'all can't
Since we were all drunk and couldn't communicate properly with each other, I finally decided to go back with her first, leaving him in the motel.
No.
While I was just killing my time at a convenience store nearby until the time of the first bus, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was a phone call from him who was at the motel. Wasn't he sleeping? Thinking like that, I answered the phone and he screamed at once. "Why do you guys leave me alone in that room?" "Oh no, he must have seen it too," she muttered blankly. Later, my friend said that they saw something in the room. As one of my friends felt thirsty during sleeping, she woke up and went to the refrigerator to get some water. And at that moment, a woman with long hair suddenly appeared from the ceiling, hanging upside down.
Oh no.
Her face was covered with blood. She heard a voice from her that seemed to appeal to something, but she couldn't understand what it meant. Her body was so stiff that she couldn't move, as if she had been paralyzed. However, the moment she turned her eyes, the woman disappeared and she was finally able to move again. Early that day, I joined with my boyfriend and went home right away, but I couldn't get rid of my uncomfortable feeling. And I couldn't get over it until the next day around noon. So we ended up heading back to the motel to complain to the custodian.
Is there like a dead body in there?
However, the police and police cars were crowded around the hotel when we got there. We found the custodian in front of the hotel entrance and approached him. "What's going on here? Anyway, I'd like to tell you that we are very upset and unpleasant that we'd seen something here yesterday." While I was explaining about this, his gloomy face was slowly contorted, and he slowly opened his mouth when I finished talking. "There was a woman who was killed last night in another room after being hit on the head by a baseball bat. The room where she died was the one right above where we were asleep yesterday. And my friend saw a woman's ghost in the ceiling almost at the same time as the woman was killed."
Oh, shit.
The moment we heard the story, we got goosebumps and came back home hurriedly. The moment she died, she might have wanted to show up to ask us for help desperately. That's what I think to this day.
Why is it still showing us? See, that's the creepy shit that I be talking about. Like, why are they still showing a face? I'm already getting fucking scared. Like, would it be cheating if I turned on my lights? Because, like, why are they showing her face for that long?
This incident...
I'm rating that story a 7.5 out of 10. Because it was scary a little bit.
Happened when I was 14 years old.
What you think?
And I will never forget this memory. One day, I was at home alone at my house.
I'm in the pure dark. You're fucking lying. Y'all always be saying y'all in the dark, bro. Y'all know y'all got y'all lights on right now. TJ said the same exact thing. Y'all know y'all got y'all lights on, and it's okay. Y'all cheating, and it's okay. It's okay. Y'all cheating, it's okay.
My mom was still at the office late at night, and my 2 siblings were at my grandparents' house, which was kind of far away from my home. At first, I was just enjoying my time alone, watching Netflix and doing some fun stuff. However, after a while, I got pretty bored, so I decided to invite some of my friends over. I asked my mom for permission and then called my friends to invite them over. A few moments later, while I was waiting for them, I heard a loud bang upstairs. I was sure that there was no one else upstairs. So I stood up and looked up the stairs with an anxious look on my face. When I was near the stairs, I could see that one of my dolls had fallen. I picked it up, and when I
live alone, and I'm thinking about this stuff. Oh, fuck no. Oh, nah, you alone watching this? Oh, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. It's over with.
Into my back,
how are you
something
not, like,
caught my attention.
How are you, like, able to, like,
a little
watch
girl
this
was
while, like,
standing
fuck
upstairs.
no.
Well, I could feel that she was staring at me, even though I couldn't see her face clearly due to the darkness. I was terrified, and then someone rang the doorbell. I ran to see who it was, and luckily, my friends had arrived. Thank God.
No. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Yeah, I'm in the room alone, but like, Sean. Oh God, I just heard some thinking. Oh God, I just. Sean. Who is banging like that? What the fuck? No! On God! No. On God. On everything I fucking love. I swear to God. As soon as I took off my headset, I heard doom. I swear, bro, on everything I love. Y'all didn't hear that on my stream? Y'all did not hear that on the stream? Y'all did not hear the doom. Hold on, let me go back. It was literally not in the it was not in the video.
Sure that there was no one else upstairs. So I stood up and looked up the stairs with an anxious look on my face. When I was near the stairs, I could see that one of my dolls had fun talking, that my friends came over at the right time.
See, there was no knocking in the video on God, I heard doom. Downstairs. What the fuck? I'm clipping that. Maybe my mic catched it. It's just not on stream. Oh God. I heard doom. I heard big ass knocking downstairs. I swear to God. Like, I took my headset off at the right exact time. I swear I just heard big ass thumping. On everything I love. Duke, you know I would not lie. I swear. I think I just heard it again. What the fuck? Yo, what if somebody that was watching my stream pulled up? Oh my God.
Soon I got my mind off of the girl I saw. We sat down in the living room and had fun talking with each other. An hour later, one of my friends suggested that we should take some pictures together. So we gathered around one another. We took several selfies while laughing and chatting. Later, as we scrolled through the pictures, we found something. There was a little girl standing behind our couch. What made us even more terrified was the fact that she had no face. I mean, her face was just an empty darkness. No eyes, no nose, and no mouth. Being terrified, I told Cassie to delete that picture right away. However, she said that something was wrong with her cell phone.
Oh.
I snatched the phone out of her hands and tried to delete it.
No, for real, bro.
But no matter what we tried, we couldn't delete the picture. Then we heard loud thumps. It sounded like someone's footsteps were coming from upstairs, and our light was flickering on and off at the same time. We thought that we couldn't stay inside anymore, so we rushed outside
You
in a
gonna see
hurry.
something through the window.
One of my friends, Christina, suddenly pointed at my bedroom window
Yup.
and said that there was someone in there.
She gonna be watching.
I raised my eyes up and followed her finger, and there she was. It was the same faceless girl we had seen in the picture. My friends and I screamed. I called my mom and explained everything. My mom couldn't believe what I told her, so she made me calm down and said that she would be home in 5 minutes. After she arrived home, she searched the entire house, but she couldn't find any trace of the girl. I hoped that it was just our imaginations. However, we soon decided to move out of the house because I kept seeing the girl after that incident. We finally moved, and from then on, my mom never wanted me to be home alone, so I always stayed with my siblings. I still have no clue why the girl haunted me, but I think it was because she wanted us to get out of the house. Well, I'm just glad that I don't see that girl in my new house.
Fuck no. I'm gonna rate that story a 6 out of 10 only because it was predictable as fuck. Like everything that was gonna go down, I literally called everything. So
When I was in high school,
you rated a 3? Yeah, I could see that. That shit was. I'm playing the strongest battleground or that Roblox game. Right now, bro, we just currently getting scared, but not as much.
crazy about
Moses and Duke, they watching it in the light right now. So like, you know, they got a cheat code. They're watching it in the light. They're not in the dark watching it. So
a boy band and used to stay up late at night watching their videos. Because of this, I used to fall asleep at around 3 or 4 a.m. The town I lived in was sort of a new city under construction, so it was really quiet and there was no one outside during that time. One night, it was around 3 a.m. I suddenly heard a woman singing outside. It was an old song, and the strange thing was that the woman was singing just one part of onto
that.
and in the way. However, someone with her I had to go to sing.
One evening, I was looking for an internet cafe because I needed to send a few emails.
I seen this one too.
Was looked like, but the complete back to doors with the girl. I've been doing the 4th floor herself.
Oh, I've seen this before, but I'm gonna watch this one.
Experience 3 of the building. She had never experienced anything herself. And a few, I went over to life's old girl.
What the fuck?
And doing pretty 4th floor had been a hair salon that one told me about the history of the.
I'm trying to like find a part.
Same thing. She had never experienced anything herself, but she told me about the history of the building. The repair looked and the forces, but finally they tried the workmen's on the floors with a large time. There was a rented by. Finally, the owner reduced the price to nearly nothing, and it was rented by a businessman who planned to open a stationery supply store. However, when they tried to do some renovations on the floor, there was a series of mysterious accidents. The workmen's tools would sometimes disappear, only to be found in strange places. A large mirror suddenly shattered when nobody was near it, and the workman had his hand crushed when the elevator closed unexpectedly. Eventually, the workmen were so spooked that they refused to continue. The building's owner gave up trying to rent the 4th floor out and just shut it down. He had the buttons in the elevator replaced, and it was reprogrammed that nobody could go on the 4th floor. At least that's what's supposed to happen. For some reason, when people took the elevator, it would sometimes stop on the 4th floor, and when the doors opened, some people would see a figure coming toward them in the darkness. I honestly still don't know what that was.
Fuck no.
I had a hobby of capturing some ghost stories that I found on the internet and putting them one by one in my cell phone's album. Then one night, I suddenly had a nightmare. I couldn't move my body at all, and at the same time, something caught my eyes. It was a female ghost sitting at my bedside. She was muttering something while holding my cell phone. And when I looked more closely, I could see that she was watching those scary stories in my phone's album that I had captured, swiping her finger on the screen quickly. This is funny. This is funny. And this is very funny. This is funny. About a few years ago, I had a roommate when I was living in the dormitory. She was a pretty famous person in our major class and was known as someone who could see ghosts. Anyway, I was in the middle of a test period, and there were lots of post-it notes around my desk, which I put to memorize what I had studied. Then one day, my roommate looked at my desk and suddenly told me to take off all the post-it notes right away. Wondering why, I asked what was wrong with it, and she replied, saying this: I woke up for a moment in the morning a few days ago, and there was a woman sitting in front of your desk.
Oh, shit.
And she was reading all of the post-it notes you wrote. Nothing could have been more creepier than what she told me. After that, I no longer put anything on my desk. Never.
The woman at my house.
When I was a young kid, we had moved to another house once. However, I enjoying my alone.
The Grudge. Wait, is that something that you want me to react to? I'm gonna watch the Scooby-Doo one, bro. But hopefully this is actually scary. If this is not scary, bro. Like
Guys, look what I got. I found him right outside.
This shit is not scary. This shit is not scary. This is not scary. This is not scary.
Norville, that dog is big and brown, which is the exact opposite of Fred's tiny white dog.
Velma? Is something wrong?
Yeah, you don't look too good. I need some air!
What the fuck?
I didn't think it happened so soon. It's getting worse. I love you. You know that, right? I love all of you. But I don't understand why you keep remembering. We'd go solving mysteries.
No, the video about the fourth floor reminded me of the Grudge movie. Oh, I think I've seen that movie like a long time ago. I don't remember it though. Is it good?
Together. It was simple, fun, but you started overcomplicating things.
You know, I never really thought of it before, but why can Scooby talk?
Now that you mention it, it is a bit odd.
Yeah, like, what's up with that, man?
Jeepers, Velma, you might be onto something.
And suddenly... the fun was over. So I took what remained, and I rebuilt you. I rebuilt the world. and we were back to our classic adventures. But you started to remember. Again, and again, and again.
Oh, shit.
I just want what we once had. Yet each time I capture less of your essence. This being my most flawed world yet.
Flawed? But we're meta now!
Ugh. Never the matter. I'll get it right. Next time.
Oh, shit.
Please don't run. I don't like to chase.
What the fuck? That okay? I want to watch another one made by him. Actually, it was a good movie. There was 3 parts to it. For real? Oh shit! I'm gonna look it up after this.
It all comes down to this. We fought land, air, and sea. And we've done it all with one of the most comprehensive vehicle combat games ever made.
But she don't remember that though. But now she's starting to remember stuff though. So I don't think she had to like remember like enduring that pain.
War Thunder! 1,000 different areas pack out. There's the X action.
Don't worry, my friend.
Oh, this shit's creepy.
I take good care of my workers.
Is it just me or I keep lagging? Wait, is it lagging for anybody else?
Dream.
Bakia Kokomo Lofty.
Dream big.
Yalumpa no duba koko. Eduba lumpa diamo po. E diamo po.
Oh shit.
Lumpa. Makia popo pubo. Kokomo duba. Iepuna yaya. Iepuna lumpa. Popo pubo mia lofty.
That the stuff that make chocolate?
Kia pupo lumo luma e pupo munia kanidiaya e popo yakama makia lumpo.
fading.
Feel the rivers flow.
Oh.
The hurricanes blow. Hellfires glow. Hold it close. And let it all go. For as big as that dream was, it was hollow. No flavor, no imagination, just agony from a weary world sinking you deeper into its muck. But I will give you a new world. A good world. If you just dream.
This shit is stupid. Like, I don't know what I'm watching. That shit is dumb. That shit was literally, like, so stupid. I was watching some dumb shit. That was dumb. Not watching that again.
I know that's not something you would typically hear out of a 13-year-old female.
My name is Olivia, and I live in Malaysia. I moved there when I was 14 and was staying at my cousin's house in 2011. My family had no intention of visiting my cousin's house in Langkawi.
I'll rate the thing. I'll just watch 3 out of 10.
But my aunt suggested that we do so for 4 weeks. This detail will be very important later in the story. We informed our relative, whom I would call Kay, about our upcoming trip during a quick visit to her home. She became obsessed with the idea of visiting Langkawi because she hadn't seen her family in a long time. So she begged my dad to take her with us on the trip, but he said no because we were going to my cousin's house and wouldn't be staying in a motel. She, of course, said she could handle it, and all she wanted was to see her family again. But my father said no again. To clarify...
Have you watched Lights Out? Talking about the movie? The movie Lights Out? Yeah. No. I did, but I fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie. I did, but I fell asleep, like I said before. It got boring to me. I don't know. I might have to rewatch it again.
Why he said no, let me describe Kay and who she was. Kay was 24, one of my aunt's sisters. She worked as a zoologist and earned enough money to travel to Langkawi, rent a motel room, and visit her family on her own. Because she knew all of this, my father stormed out of her house in rage when she kept asking about the trip. Also, it was Saturday, and we were leaving for the trip that day. A few hours later, while waiting for the ferry, I noticed a woman with long brunette hair looking at me. I thought nothing of it and assumed she was taking the same ferry as us. After 30 minutes of waiting, we were finally able to board the ferry. After my family took our assigned seats, I noticed the same woman I had seen earlier sitting not far away, just 3 seats behind me. Once again, I dismissed it and assumed she was sitting in the seat she had paid for. After 2 hours, we arrived at the dock, disembarked from the ferry, and began walking to the passport scanning area. And guess what? The same woman was following us there. I got chills and the creeps from her, so I told my father what was happening. He then told me that he had noticed it as well, but did not want to tell me because it might scare me. Later, we just waited outside the building for my aunt to arrive and pick us up. After what seemed like 2 hours, she arrived and greeted us. I kept quiet during the car ride because I was still scared of the woman with the long brunette hair. After about 45 minutes, I looked behind us and noticed a taxi. The previously mentioned woman was in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. I was terrified, but I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want them to think I was making everything up. After 2 weeks on the trip, I'd almost forgotten about the woman. It was nighttime, and I was sleeping soundly until I awoke to red and blue lights flashing outside. I got up and asked one of my cousins what had happened. I wish I had known sooner about what I was going to find out. My aunt's sister, Kay, had brunette hair. One of the locals was walking around and noticed Kay trying to break into the house. They did not recognize Kay and were suspicious, so they called the police, which was a good thing. Kay was holding a knife and a gun in her pocket, intending to kill my cousins. Apparently, her reason was that my father told her she couldn't join the trip. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if the residents hadn't called the police.
What the fuck? So you telling me she tried to kill them because she wasn't allowed to go on a trip? What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna watch some of the Nightmare Tale ones because everybody been telling me to do that. Like, I literally all I get in my YouTube comments when I be like posting the videos is I should watch Nightmare Tales. So that's what we gonna watch. We gonna watch some Nightmare Tales. We gonna see how good they stories is. We gonna see what they working with. I want to start off on something small first. The married couple. I heard that these like the true stories, like based off the true stories, I think, or is Llama Arts one. I don't know which one it was.
On a warm Saturday night, a married couple, having just finished viewing a midnight screening at their local cinema, headed off home to their apartment just a few blocks away. As they approached their apartment,
chocolate cookies. What should I do? Hey, we should get some more. That's what I feel like you should do. You should get some more.
They noticed a scuffle occurring, and once they were closer, they could see that it was a woman being robbed of her handbag. The couple both looked on in shock until the wife shouted to the man, "It's a homeless woman. Do something." The man, not thinking, charged towards the women and lashed out at the homeless-looking woman with all his might.
Oh.
She was knocked out cold and lay there bleeding on the pavement. The couple then turned their attention to the young lady, who was clearly shaken up. The man's wife told her to come inside, and they would call the police. Once inside, they gave the young lady a hot drink, which helped to calm her nerves, while the man made a phone call to the police. He explained the situation, and the police decided not to attend the incident, for it was a very low priority for them on what was a busier than usual weekend night. Once this was said, the man's wife immediately offered their couch.
I never knew that cops turned down like shit like this. I thought they always have to show up. Damn.
For the girl to stay on for the night. For this, she was very grateful, as she couldn't bear the thought of venturing outside again tonight. The woman bought her a blanket, and soon she fell asleep, followed by the couple also retiring to their bedroom. Later into the night, the woman awoke, thirsty, so she headed off into the kitchen to get herself a drink. As she made her way into the room, she was startled to see that the lady was no longer there, and wondered if she had decided to leave. She then noticed her handbag had been left behind, with its contents spilling out, so she walked over to put them back in, not wanting anything to be lost. As she looked down at the contents, she noticed what she thought was the lady's driver's license.
Wait, is that the other girl stuff instead?
She immediately felt sick to her stomach, as on closer inspection she realized it wasn't the young lady's driver's license at all. It was the license of the woman they thought was homeless.
Oh.
Horrified at what they had done, her mind began racing about what to do next, as it appeared that her husband had assaulted a seemingly innocent woman who was being robbed. To make matters worse, they had let a criminal into their house, and she had no idea where she was.
Oh, shit.
The young lady had not gone far.
They got the wrong one.
In the bedroom, out of the shadows,
Oh,
she
shit.
loomed over the sleeping man and lifted a huge knife into the air above him. She paused briefly and then brought it down with all her might.
Shit.
When the woman heard her husband scream in pain, she momentarily froze in fear until she was able to summon the strength to make her way back over to the long, dark hallway. As her eyes adjusted, she could make out the solemn silhouette of the young lady still brandishing the large kitchen knife. "What have you done?" asked the woman. "He was mine," replied the girl. "What do you mean?" said the woman. "He was mine. He said he was leaving you so we could be together forever. But then he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't. He said it was over." The woman then realized that this woman was her husband's mistress, and that clearly things had gone very sour between them. "What have you done?" the woman asked again. "I've killed him," said the girl. "And now I'm going to kill you."
Wait. This don't make no sense though. Because, wait, Moses and y'all, tell me if I'm tripping. I could have sworn like, if that's his ex or whatever, if that's his ex, why would he let her in, knowing that that was her ex? That don't make no sense. What the fuck? What? Why would he let her in? Or did I like skip over something? Did I skip over something? But why would he let her in, knowing he should know what his ex looked like?
Ooh.
It can't be.
The lady charged at her like a wild animal. The woman quickly ducked into another room, locked the door, and sat on the ground, cowering in fear. The young lady began to bash on the door, screaming hysterically at the top of her lungs. She then began to stab through the door, and the woman thought her fate was sealed, until suddenly it stopped. There was not a sound for what felt like an eternity, until the woman heard a voice. Another voice. It wasn't the young lady. It was someone else. "Are you okay?" it asked. "Open the door." "No," said the lady as she moved away. Then, somehow, the person behind the door had managed to force the lock, and the door slowly opened. It was the woman from outside. The woman they thought was homeless and a criminal. "After I came to," she explained, "I wandered around outside briefly, and then I heard screams. I came upstairs and entered your apartment as the door was wide open. When that girl saw me again, she ran for it." "Where did she go?" the woman asked. "Straight out the window," the lady said. "She's gone."
I don't trust that lady for some reason. I don't know. The way that the narrator's talking, I don't know. The young lady was never captured. Her identity remains unknown. The widow lives alone and is in fear that one night she will return. The fuck? I'll open these. I'll give it a 10. That was a good one. I'll give it like an 8. An 8. Just because of the voice, the narrator's a 7 out of 10. No, for real. I think that was a good one. That was a good one. That one got you scared for real? Ain't no fucking way. There's no way you didn't get scared. There's no way you got scared for this one, but not the other ones. Ain't no way. Can't be. What?
A small village located in the mountains of Bali is still to this day home to an entire community descended from the same bloodline.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
One
you
night,
by yourself.
in one of the village houses, two sisters were watching television. The younger sister was still in high school, while her older sister was soon to graduate from college. During a commercial break, the younger sister stepped outside to go to the bathroom. After she had finished, she exited the toilet and made her way back into the main room. Something in the air made her feel extremely uneasy, like someone had been following her, like she was being watched. When she turned to look back, she saw a figure, an old lady. She recognized the old lady as one of the oldest members of her extended family. She called out to her, but she just stood there in silence. The old lady had this wicked straight face, no expression, and instantly the surrounding air got colder and colder. Then her form changed, and she became the Leyak.
What the fuck?
Her head separated from her body and began to float forwards, its entrails hanging and glistening in the dim light. The girl screamed after witnessing this dreadful sight, and she ran back into the main room, cowering in fear. All the members of her family heard her scream and came rushing in to find her. Through her tears, she managed to tell them she had just seen the Leyak. Terrified, but protective of their own, the family members headed outside to search for the dreaded creature. They searched long into the night, but nothing was found. A few days later, news spread throughout the village that the old lady had died. According to Balinese custom, the body must remain in the house for 2 to 7 days while the family wait for a sacred day where the cremation ceremony will be performed and the soul will separate from the body. The two sisters, along with the entire extended family, attended the funeral. A few nights later, life had returned to normal, and the sisters sat peacefully watching TV. The younger sister then asked, "Sis, can I sleep in your room tonight? I'm afraid." Her older sister then replied, "No, you can't sleep in my room tonight. Not tonight." "But why?" she asked. "Look, you're not a child anymore," her sister snapped back.
Nah, she
"You
doing
should
some
be ashamed
shit.
of yourself."
She doing some shit.
"But sis..." "No buts. You must sleep in your room by yourself. Don't disturb me. Do not come into my room." That night,
She doing some shit. I'm telling you, she doing some shit. She doing some sneaky shit. I was playing a game with her, it gave me chills. And if I sense ghosts, I get chills. Oh, fuck no. Well, I'm not watching LOL. No, watch. Nah, don't be scared. Nah, no. No. He played Bloom. Is that a Roblox game? I haven't played it yet. What is it about? I don't know. I get chills. The fucking closet that has never been open before it's open. How did it open? I've been married friends. How did the closet just all of a sudden like just open? Oh nah, he got some ghosts. He got some ghosts.
the younger sister tried to sleep alone, but she couldn't fall asleep. She was still haunted by the grotesque vision of what she had witnessed outside that night. Knowing she shouldn't, but unable to help herself, she got up and headed to her sister's room. She quietly entered, and being unable to see anything, she turned on the light. This instantly revealed a horrific sight. Her sister's body is sitting lifeless without a head. She stared at the decapitated corpse with disbelief, unable to scream, unable to move. Suddenly, the windows flew open and her sister's head floated into the room.
What the fuck?
She had become the heinous Leyak, freshly returned from feeding on the blood of pregnant women and little children. Then her sister knew that she too could one day bear this curse.
The black magic can only be passed down through a family bloodline. Until this occurs, the possessed state suffer horrific injury. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I'm Mark Rober.
Fuck no. What y'all think about that story? Fuck no. I have some ghosts, but I already know all of the ghost names they told me in my dreams. Y'all, you're fucking cap. Ain't no fucking way. This is a common myth that often make us scared as kids. Yo, that was crazy though. 9? Yeah, I'll give it like a nah, cause I mean it wasn't scary for me. I'll give like a 7, cause it wasn't scary for me. I don't know. Moses, you be getting scared fast? Don't lie. Do you get scared fast? CJ, what you rated? And Prime, what you rated? I'm gonna go ahead and say an asylum.
Finds herself incarcerated of murder proposal outside a huge. This citizen, Diana Larson, a hugely successful financier on Earth, finds herself incarcerated in an asylum for the criminally insane. Diana was convicted of murdering all 8 board members and the secretary of her company after they voted against her proposal to launch a hostile takeover of a rival corporation. She denied the accusation. However, the meeting minutes taken by the slain secretary detailed how Diana was unanimously overruled and a heated argument had ensued. Diana was found unconscious on the floor of the room by security staff.
Nah, bro, 0 out of 10. This don't say true story. Nah, for what? What the fuck? No, nigga, no. I hate. Well, I like watching true stories, but at the same exact time, like I don't, because like that mean that it happened like in real life. You know what I mean? So like it makes it even more scary. It makes it even more scarier for me. I do, and I watch a lot of horror films, but that don't bother me for some reason. That this stuff does. No, for real, it'd be like that. Like right now, if I wanted to like have my lights off and watch something scary, I could, like a movie or something. But like, I don't know why this shit is actually making me scared. You know what I mean? Like on YouTube, like this is crazy.
That had been alerted by gunshots. She was still clutching the pistol in her hand. During her trial, she continuously stated that she had no recollection of the events. The evidence was damning though, and the final nail in her coffin came during the prosecution's closing argument where Diana, infuriated with all that was being said about her, leapt from where she sat and bit the ear of the terrified lawyer. Her continued violent outbursts and a damning psychological assessment landed her in the situation in which she finds herself to this day. She said she didn't consider herself insane, but what person in such a compromised mental state would? Fully coherent and able to recall everything before and after the event, she deemed herself to be completely innocent and the victim of a setup. She would now have daily meetings with her psychiatrist, to whom she was completely closed off from. She didn't mutter a word, still in shock and angry from how she came to be in this situation. The psychiatrist would ramble on for hours, the majority being completely incoherent gibberish. Diana felt it should be her doctor who should be locked up in here, not her. Not willing to admit to her affliction, she was subjected to electric shock therapy, where she would be strapped down to a bed and then thousands of volts pulsed through her brain in an attempt to cure her mental disorder. Outside of this, Diana would spend the remainder of her time alone in her cell, incarcerated within the dark halls and cold concrete walls of the insane asylum. After several months of no progress, the asylum director, fully aware of Diana's strong background in finance, entered one of the psychiatric sessions and asked if Diana would be interested in assisting with the institution's accounts. Diana's eyes lit up for the first time she had been admitted, and she agreed, for she knew it would at least give her something to do that she enjoyed, to pass the time. Her doctor, however, strictly advised against it. Diana was a dangerous and unpredictable criminal who should not be trusted or left unsupervised at any time. The director assured her that she would remain in full facial and limb restraints at all times, and that she would remain under.
To the doctor before something happened. I've ever used one of if evil spirit comes, I'm shoot all the bullets. You can't shoot a spirit. It's no way to shoot a spirit. I can watch The Conjuring and not be bothered at all, but this true story shit had me thinking. No, The Conjuring was real too. The Conjuring was real too. That's a real thing. That's a real house and everything. That's real too. But yeah, these scary. I don't know how they do it, but they just like I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, like they just I don't know how they just make us scared. I don't know. It's something that's making us scared of this shit.
His watchful eye for the entire time she was in his company. The psychiatrist was clearly not happy about this arrangement, but had no choice but to let it go ahead. Diana was removed from her solitary confinement once a week and led in chains through the damp, dark hall, past the screams and moans of other inmates, to the asylum director's office. He treated her well and watched over her like a hawk as she was asked to siphon money from the government funds supplied to the asylum into a cryptocurrency account that would be nearly impossible to trace back to the director. Although Diana had been forced to hand over her directorship and voting rights of her company to her husband post the incident, she was still a qualified accountant and took responsibility for the transactions, a move the director would use in his defense if he were ever to be caught for the illegal activities in which they were both partaking.
I wish I was you. I wish I didn't get scared easily, bro.
Over time,
well, I don't, but like it's just I don't know. These videos like finding a way.
Diana became comfortable and conversational around the director and appeared to be making more progress in regards to adapting back to civilized society. She was, however, still completely closed around her psychiatrist, who was far from convinced at her progress and was also failing miserably at hiding her jealousy towards the relationship that was slowly developing between her patient and the director. For this, the psych began to treat Diana even worse. She implemented a program of treatment that would double the voltage applied during each subsequent electroshock therapy session. When Diana learned about this, she had a panic attack and a complete meltdown. This did nothing more than reinforce the theory that Diana needed the treatment more than ever. Diana was dragged off to the treatment room screaming. She bawled her eyes out and demanded to see the asylum.
This bitch right here evil. I'm not gonna lie. She evil as fuck. Look at her face. Look at her fucking face too. Like, come on now.
Director. Who? The psych fired back. There's no one of that title here. What? Diana shrieked back. Stop playing with me. I need to see the director. I want to see the man in charge. The psych began to play a game with her. The one in charge? You mean the Emperor? Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Diana shot back. The Emperor? I need to see the director. There's no director here, the psych calmly replied. Only the Emperor, in his levitating chamber. Huh? What? Diana was confused, frustrated and confused, so she played along. Fine. I want to see the Emperor then. Oh, you do? The psych smiled. And how do you propose you'll get there? Diana was quick to fire back out of frustration. On my flying broomstick, of course. How else? I see. So you're telling me you want to fly on a broomstick to see our Emperor in his levitating chamber? Diana exhaled. Yes, that's right. The psych now grinned an evil smirk. Well, it's completely clear to me now. You really are insane. Diana was petrified. She had no options. She was at the mercy of this madwoman. The psych gave the orderlies a nod, and within seconds, they had moved in on Diana and began the brutally painful electrotherapy. Diana was wheeled back to her room and then dumped on the floor. The massive steel door slammed shut behind her, leaving her alone in the dark in excruciating pain. She struggled to lift herself up. She knew that she either had to make it to her bed before she passed out, or it would mean spending the night suffering on the cold concrete floor. She tried, but couldn't do it. She was exhausted and her head was pounding. On the cusp of giving up, a hand came out of the darkness and took hers. She screamed and was suddenly able to right herself and make her way to a sitting position against the steel door.
What the fuck?
The dark figure then moved closer to her and put a finger to his lips. Look, he said, I can get you out of here, but I need your help. What? She replied. Who are you? How did you get in here? It's not important, he replied. Do you want to get out of here? Of course, Diana whimpered, holding back her tears. Good. Then I need you to get us a map, he went on. The one in the director's office, the one that shows the layout of the entire asylum. Once you have that, I'll help you escape. Right, said Diana. I know it. I can get it. Tomorrow. I'll have it. Excellent. I'll be here, said the man. And he disappeared into the shadows. What the hell was going on? Diana thought to herself. I really am going insane. The next afternoon, she was taken to the director's office as per the usual routine. The director, having grown comfortable with her being around, did not keep her under his strict supervision. In fact, as per this instance, he left the room to liaise with other staff. Diana sat there in silence, working through the transactions, having completely forgotten about her encounter with the strange man the night before. That was until she looked up from the desk and saw the map. Diana finished her task and was taken back to her cell just prior to nightfall. She sat there, alone, feeling like an idiot. Why did she take the map? She would surely be found out, and then they would probably kill her during the electrotherapy the next day. She felt waves of guilt, regret, and terror wash over her. Sure enough, she was found out. The psych had been in the director's office and noticed that the map was missing. She immediately knew where it had gone. She stormed down the halls in a furious rage, ready to unleash hell on Diana. Diana sat in her room terrified. She could hear the psych's hard shoes clapping against the tiles, getting closer and closer. She didn't know what she was going to do. She had no defense. The door burst open and the psych stood at the doorway with a maniacal grin on her face. She was going to enjoy this. But before she could, she was pulled into the room and thrown to the ground, knocked unconscious. The man had returned, and Diana was saved. The two of them then wasted no time disappearing into the dark halls of the asylum and on their way to freedom. The next morning, the orderlies came to Diana's room to find what they thought was an overly animated and violent Diana.
The one girl.
They wheeled her off into the electrotherapy room, kicking and screaming all the while. Once strapped down, they proceeded to put an increased dosage of electricity through the patient, sending her into a series of excruciating convulsions. Minutes later, the psychiatrist was brain dead. Back on the ship, Diana had drifted out of her deep dream state into regular stasis once more. And Dan Blacker smiled, for everything was coming together perfectly.
Oh shit. Oh damn. I mean, I'm glad that one girl that was torturing her, like that was she, like, you know. What is this? The cow head. What do you think about that story? What do y'all think about that story? I want to watch the cow head. That's what I want to watch. I'm trying to see what this one is about.
Tamaki Hattori was having a stressful day. He was a teacher of an all-boys school and tasked with chaperoning the school trip to a remote village that held some historical significance. The boys were rowdy and wouldn't listen to their teacher when he told them to behave. Tamaki eventually gave up trying to discipline the students. He then looked outside the window at the passing scenery and the small villages that passed by. The boys continued to create a ruckus, and from the corner of his eye he saw some of them teasing a quiet little boy called Ichiro. Ichiro was a good student, but a timid boy who didn't have any friends. Tamaki watched the boy get bullied and felt bad that he wouldn't stand up for himself. In a way, Ichiro reminded him a lot of himself when he was young and in school. He knew if he intervened, it would only encourage the boys to pick on Ichiro even more. Tamaki returned his attention to the scenery once more and saw the remains of a cow lying on the side of the road. He had an idea on how to distract the students. He stood and raised his voice to get the students' attention. "I know a story," he said. "A story you have never heard before. Would you like me to tell you?" The students looked at each other, and Tamaki knew he would have to be more persuasive. "It's a scary story," he said. "A story that's forbidden to tell. But I will tell you the story if you promise to keep it a secret." The students sat up in rapt attention, each of them intrigued by the teacher's promise to tell.
Yo, Walk, I'm tripping. No, bro, you good. We just watching this, this cowhead story. It's getting bad and bad.
A scary story. To Tamaki's relief,
Ain't nothing really happened in this story yet. Basically, it's a whole bunch of kids on a bus, and then these one kid's bullying this one kid, and now this kid is telling all the other bad kids that was bullying that dude the story.
the bullies stopped picking on Ichiro and sat down in their places. "Tell us the story then," one of the students said. Tamaki smiled to himself. He told them of a man called Akio who lived in a village with his wife and son. After the floods destroyed his house, he decided to travel to the next village in search of food and shelter.
The true stories you watch in this story, I believe so, yes.
But the journey was long and perilous, and the winter was cruel. He realized he couldn't take his wife and son along the dangerous path ahead and would have to venture alone and return for them with help.
You like the true stories, or like you more scared of them?
He saw a dead cow on the side of the path and used his knife to slice open its belly. He instructed his wife and son to take shelter inside it. He also told them that should he not return by summertime, they should seek shelter elsewhere. Akio bade farewell and made his way to the next village, braving the cold and steep paths.
It's a delay.
He finally made it to the next village, but collapsed with hunger and exhaustion engulfing him. The villagers were kind enough to take care of him. When he finally woke up, he was still running a fever and delirium had taken over. The villagers tried to stop him from venturing out and urged him to rest, but he insisted, axe in hand, that he had to find his family. He returned to the spot where he had left his family, and in his delirious state, he imagined that the cow his wife and son were taking shelter in was actually alive and attacking them. Akio hacked the cow into pieces, killing his wife in the process.
Whoa.
The son fled before the axe could completely come down again. Akio had gone completely insane now and ripped off the cow's head and wore it. For several days he chased his son, imagining him to be a monster who killed his family, until he came upon a village. The boys screamed for help and the villagers gathered. When they saw the man with the cow's head, they attacked and killed him. The son was given refuge in the village where he grew up. Years later, he wrote about his father in his diary and then decided this was not a story he wanted his children to know. He tore off the pages and scattered them when he traveled to another city. Tamaki ended the story and was amused to find the students were listening to him with rapt attention. He glanced at Ichiro and was surprised to find the boy watching him intently, his head cocked to one side and a mysterious smile on his face. "That's not what really happened," Ichiro said. "That's not the true story of
What's up, Alexis? What you been doing lately?
Gozu." His classmates started to make fun of him once more, and Tamaki stood and raised his hands to silence them. "Why do you think that?" Tamaki asked Ichiro. "How do you know this isn't a true story?" Ichiro smiled.
Are my messages delaying? No, I see them. I see them. They're not delaying. I see them. As soon as you type them, they pop up instantly. I don't see a delay.
He removed a piece of paper from his pocket and raised it.
I think cause Prime said that his like lagging been like going on, so like I don't know if there's something wrong. Prime, try to restart your laptop. If you said it's your own laptop, try to restart it and see if it fixed.
Because I found.
Do you like scary stuff, Alexis? I don't remember if you like scary stories. You watching scary stories right now?
Found the piece of paper on which the story of Gozu was written. His eyes suddenly turned white.
What the fuck?
And he began to tell the tale of Gozu. It was so horrifying that his classmates begged him to stop, but Ichiro wouldn't stop narrating the tale. He was a boy, possessed. A day later, when the children hadn't returned, the parents launched a search party to look for the missing school children. They eventually found the bus lying in a ditch just a couple of kilometers away from the village where Tamaki had seen the dead cow. Help was called, and the police found the school teacher and the children all in a catatonic state and foaming from their mouths. All except one. Ichiro was sitting alone in his seat, smiling. Later, when the police questioned Ichiro about what had happened on the bus, he told them he had told his classmates the story of Gozu, and that the driver couldn't take it, and had crashed the bus. When the police asked him to repeat the story, Ichiro smiled at them. "Sure, I'll happily tell you the true tale of Gozu," he replied.
What y'all think about that story? I'm gonna give it a 6.5 out of 10. Only because it wasn't scary for me. I might watch some Malama Arts 5. Exactly. Yeah, it really wasn't like all of that. 0.5. Damn. 0.5. It's crazy.
After moving across town post her father's redeployment, Yumi Nakamura stands at the gate of Hamakita Elementary to start her first day in her new school. Neither her mother or father were able to attend this first day with her due to their work commitments. So Yumi summoned up all her courage and confidently entered the school grounds. She found her classroom and then greeted the teacher, explaining how she was new and quite nervous. The teacher assured her she had nothing to worry about and stood her out in front of the students in order to introduce her and to request that they all befriend and take good care of her. Two girls at the back made snide remarks about her hair and clothes, which ironically was not so different to their own. And then they decided it would be fun to play a prank on her at recess. Recess came, and the two girls befriended Yumi and asked her if she would like a tour of the school. She said that she would love that, but first, she would love to know where the toilets are. The two girls, seizing this opportunity, tell her that they are located on the 3rd floor. However, she must look out for Hanako-san. Who? She asks. The legend of Hanako-san has terrified Japanese schoolchildren for generations. She is said to be the spirit of a young girl who is known to haunt school bathrooms. Some think that she was a child who lived during World War II and who was killed during an air raid while hiding in a school bathroom during a game of hide and seek. Others think that Hanako-san came to haunt school bathrooms after being murdered by a stranger or an abusive parent.
Fuck no.
To summon Hanako-san, It is often said that individuals must enter a school's bathroom, usually on the 3rd floor of a school, knock 3 times on the 3rd stall, and ask if Hanako-san is present. If she is there, she will reply with some variation of, "Yes, I am." The individual may then witness the appearance of a bloody or ghostly hand, or even Hanako-san herself.
Fuck no.
If they do see her, Hanako-san will pull the individual into the toilet, which may lead to a lifetime of suffering in hell. The girls dare Yumi to head to the 3rd floor and knock on the 3rd.
Why are you looking around your room, LOL? Because I'm fucking scared. I'm paranoid. Like I'm like, I knew one of y'all was gonna like peep that shit. Like, yeah, I'm. Fuck no. This shit really got me looking like literally. I swear, I'm fucking like scared. If I had the lights on right now, nah, I wouldn't be looking behind me. But since it's dark, I don't know. I just gotta look. Fuck no.
Stall. Trying to appear brave in front of her new classmates, and not wanting to be teased, she accepts their challenge and makes her way upstairs. At the 3rd stall, she knocks on the door, and nothing happens. She then opens the door.
I would have just lied and said that I did it. If that was the case, I would have just lied and said that I did it. I wouldn't even had actually did it if they not there with me to even see me do it. I would just lied.
At this point, the other girls push her.
Oh, it was with her and they just pushed her. Oh, that's fucked up.
They then wedge the door shut with a cabinet so that she is trapped inside.
Oh.
She screams and cries, but no one hears her, and no one comes to her aid. Eventually, school for the day finishes, and night sets in.
So she stayed there.
With her parents working overtime in their new jobs, no one misses Yumi, and she is left there, alone, trapped in the dark, for the remainder of the night.
Oh, that's so
the next morning,
scary.
The girls return to see how Yumi has fared through their prank.
That's not a fucking prank. That's not a fucking prank. That is not a prank. That is not a fucking prank. Them girls are evil. That's beyond a fucking prank.
After opening the door, they are shocked to see that Yumi is no longer there, and that they are greeted by Hanako-san, who drags them both to a slow and painful death.
So what happened to the other girl, though? They're not going to explain what happened to the other girl. Then you back towards the door. I can't say like that. I always have to be looking towards the door. Oh, no. See with the door, like, that's what I'm less worried about. I'm not scared about the door. Because if somebody wanted to, like, come through the door, that means that they gotta, like, get, like, somebody else is gonna see them before they come to the door. So that means that they gotta get through there first. And then they gotta, like, come over here. That's why I'm not really worried about the door. I don't care about the door. What I'm looking at is this area, for real. This area. I don't know why. Like, I just like a ghost gonna, like, appear from, like, out of, like, I don't know. Just out of that area over there or something. I don't know. I feel like a ghost or something. I don't know. I just keep looking over there. Yeah, fuck no. I'm not worried about the door, though. Because if it was something over there, yeah, it would get caught. But, like, over here, nah, that shit's scary. I wouldn't want to be on this side. That shit's scary. Fuck no. Fuck no. I got a mirror behind me for protection. What you mean you got a mirror behind you for protection? Wait, like, what? Shouldn't it, like, be in front of you so, like, you can see what's behind you instead? What's that on the side of the room? What the fuck you talking about? What do you mean? What you talking about? What's that on the side of the room? What you talking about? Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. I mean, I have a mirror in front of me so I can see behind me. Oh, okay, yeah. I was about to say, yeah, that would like be better. It's like one of those those long ass mirrors. You know what I'm talking about? Like those wide body long mirrors. But y'all rate the other story though. I get that other story like a 6.5 or a 7. It wasn't really scary. It was just like shocking. Like how they did her like that.
This Japanese urban legend centers around a certain school in Japan. It wasn't the only school to be supposedly haunted. The reason being that there was a time when Japan needed more schools, but had nowhere to construct them due to the limited amount of land available, so they decided it would be best to build them over ancient and forgotten old cemeteries.
Oh shit, that's where they fucked up at. Always
Soon
stuff
enough,
over graves, bro.
rumors started to arise that those schools were haunted. At this school in particular, people claim that if you venture onto the grounds at midnight, on the 15th day of the month, there's a definite chance that you'll see and hear weird and unsettling things. For example, it was claimed that the statue at the front of the building would follow you with its eyes. The number of steps to the main doors would change, and the list of odd things gets stranger and more horrific as it goes on. In this specific middle school in Japan, 3 boys and a girl decided to investigate whether or not the rumors were true.
Fuck no.
Michiko, Shinichi, Takashi, and Hiro met up at midnight near the entrance. Once they all gathered, they went up towards the school gate and jumped over it since there was a chain with a lock preventing them from entering. They safely entered the premises and strode with bravery towards the main entrance doors. They stopped at the statue on the way up to the steps and checked if it really did follow you with its eyes. As they passed by, the only thing they noticed was that it was looking to its left. What did I say? It's all just a stupid urban legend that isn't even real, Shinichi proclaimed. We still have to check some other parts of the legend, so don't say it isn't real yet, Hiro stated with amusement. He had been looking forward to this day for a...
That fat boy hopped the gate, LOL. No, for real. Yo, I swear, like, this was probably, years, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It was this one dude or whatever, we was all, going back to our school or whatever, but, we wanted to take a shortcut, and it was, this fence-looking area. So we all took turns, going through, basically the fence was broke. It had a big-ass, cut in it or whatever. And we was all and it was super small too, so we had to squeeze through that shit. We had to squeeze through it. So we all took turns going through it. And when I tell you that one of the people that worked there saw us, they started chasing us or whatever. So the rest of us had to hurry up and keep squeezing through. And the fat boy, he got stuck because like I said before, the space is small. The fence is small, so he got stuck. The fat boy was the last one left. He was the last one left or whatever. And bro, we had to leave him. I started running and then everybody started running. But bro, oh my gosh, bro, it was so fucking funny that day. He was stuck. We couldn't do nothing. He was stuck and then he got caught. And then I guess he got in trouble, I think. And then they gave him ISS, if y'all know what that is. It's basically where you get in-school detention, basically. Poor big boy. I feel bad for him. Not for real. He ain't give us up, though. Cause they was asking, who was the other kids and all of that. But he ain't give us up.
For a while, he was a big fan of urban legends, and he wasn't going to miss his chance to live through one. I doubt it, said Takashi. You do know urban legends aren't real, right? Don't crush his dreams just because you're scared, Michiko snapped back. They all then turned and made their way further onto the school grounds. The next thing was the steps that led to the main entrance.
I don't like the way that they stand in like that.
It said that when you go back down, the number of steps should change. They walked up and counted 13. They walked down the steps, and to Hiro's disappointment, it was still 13. Looks like that one isn't true either, Michiko.
I never leave my friends behind. No, for real. But like in that situation right there, it wasn't like serious. Like it wasn't even that serious. In that situation, it wasn't a serious situation. Like it was just a laughing, like everybody playing around type of situation. He got stuck and we just started laughing and running away.
Shrugged as they all approached the door that would give them access to the inside of the school. Let's not give up hope yet, Hiro muttered. Shinichi groaned in annoyance. Why can't we just leave? We already proved 2 of them weren't real. Everything else is probably going to have the same result. Ah, don't tell me you're just scared like Takashi, Michiko chuckled. Shinichi scoffed. Of course not. It's just ridiculous we broke into our school in the middle of the night just to prove this urban legend is real. While you guys argue, I'll be going inside, Hiro stated as he entered their middle school. Wait, how did you open the doors? Takashi asked as he followed Hiro in.
Oh shit.
Weirdly enough, it was already open. Maybe the ghost foresaw our visit, Hiro responded. The school had an eerie atmosphere, unlike its usual cheery mood during the day. They made their way to one of the laboratories for the next legend. It said that if you turn on the faucet, instead of water pouring out, blood would take its place. Hiro excitedly turned on the faucet. The rest were pretty sure it was fake, but looked on in anticipation nonetheless. The only thing they saw was water rushing out like it normally would, and the disappointment that quickly filled Hiro's face. There's still one more to go, Michiko tried to keep some hope. Hiro put on a determined face. You're right. He led the way to the final part of the legend, the bathroom. The legend states that if you enter the last stall, a rope will come down from the ceiling and circle around your neck. This time, as they approached the bathroom, there was a definite feeling of tension and nervousness in the air. This was different. All those other parts of the legend were harmless, but this could potentially end someone's life. Once they finally made it, everyone seemed to stay still. Even Hiro didn't dare go inside. Michiko groaned in annoyance yet again. I'll go, since no one seems to have the nerve. Let's just get this over with so I can go home. As she began to enter, Hiro took into account the time just to make sure she didn't take too long. It was currently 1 a.m, but it certainly didn't feel like it, as they were all wide awake and fully alert due to the feeling of fear that had crept in over all of them. A few tense minutes passed, and Michiko finally stepped out. What did I say? It's all just a stupid urban legend.
Oh shit, they better hurry and go home.
Everyone
right now.
seemed to let out a breath of relief as they figured out there's nothing paranormal going on around the school. Even though Hiro was disappointed the urban legend was fake, he was glad Michiko was in one piece. They all decided it was time to head back and go to sleep in their homes. The school friends happily chatted all the way outside of the school until they went their separate ways. The next morning, the boys each received an unexpected phone call from Michiko's mother. She sounded worried, but the boys didn't understand why she was calling. That's when she clarified her intention. Michiko was missing. She wasn't in her room when she checked in the morning. A certain dread filled Hiro's body. Why was she missing? They saw her go back home last night.
What if that wasn't her who came out of the fucking thingy? No, they got her. It can't be.
so there's no way she could be missing. In the end, they decided to tell their parents about their little adventure in the hopes that it could help Michiko. Their parents contacted the principal of the middle school and held a meeting with all of them. Once at the school, the principal demanded an explanation. What were they doing at the school in the first place? Of course, they explained the situation, but noticed something strange. The statue that was looking to the left
is now looking to the Whoa!
Was now looking to the right. How could that be? Last night they clearly saw it was looking to the left. Out of curiosity, they counted the steps. There were 12 steps, not 13 like last night. Something weird is going on, Hiro said with a note of terror creeping into his voice. He explained what they had seen to the parents and the principal. They looked doubtful, but went along with what he said in case they could find Michiko. They next decided to check the laboratory. Instead of finding an empty sink,
oh my gosh,
they found a sink with dried blood.
Damn.
In a weird way, the legend was coming true, and Hiro, Takashi, and Shinichi feared the worst. They knew what it meant if the last part of the legend was actually true, but they were still hopeful that it was not. They all rushed to the bathroom as soon as Hiro explained the last place they went to. With anticipation that they would find Michiko alive, they burst into the bathroom. They checked every stall, and then they reached the last one. Michiko's mother let out a terrifying scream as she saw...
Should I turn on my lights right now? I'm not trying to get scared. Should I turn on my lights right now? It's gonna be some dumb shit. Should I turn on my lights right now? Should I turn on my fucking lights? No. Oh my fucking gosh, no, I'm finna turn on the lights. I'm finna get scared. Oh hell no, no, I gotta do it. Fuck it. No, I can't. I'm finna get scared. Fuck.
Saw the scene before her. Poor Michiko was hung from the top of the bathroom stall. Her lifeless body swung from side to side. Her face was pale, and her eyes were open with fear. Her throat was cut all the way around, and her body was soaked with her own blood. Most of the blood was on the floor, marking a dark red pool. Additionally, all of her internal organs and intestines all seemed to have been painfully ripped out of her body, and they all sat neatly in a pile in the toilet bowl. The principal immediately called the police. Michiko's mother was a crying mess. Takashi seemed to be in a state of shock and backed away from the scene. Shinichi kept repeating the same words over and over under his breath.
No.
It can't be. It can't be. Hiro looked on with horror and noticed the watch on Michiko's wrist. It was stopped at exactly 1 in the morning. One question remained. If Michiko was dead as soon as she entered the bathroom,
then who the fuck was the girl that came out? I'm telling y'all. Fuck. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh shit. I accidentally muted it.
Then who was the person who came out?
Okay. This story get a 9 out of 10. I'm not gonna lie. This story was low-key good. This story get a 9 out of 10. This was good. 10? Yeah, it's good as fuck. This one was good. I'm not gonna lie. This one was good. I like this one. I'm even like that. That story was good. The Little Man. I don't know, it kind of sounds boring a little bit. 8. They should have came together on the last part. What you mean they should have came together on the last part? Come on, go inside together? Do you mean like go inside together? Yeah, but look, if they all would have went inside together, who knows what would have happened? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my dog. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. These stories got me paranoid as fuck, though. I can't lie. These stories got me paranoid as fuck. Oh, shit, a ghost gonna get him. RPG. No, I'm still standing tall. I'm standing tall. I'm chilling. These ghosts can't fuck with me. They can't fuck with me.
In New York City, hundreds of people pass away every single day. Some die naturally, some are murdered, and others take their own lives. Akin to other lives,
Ghosts don't fuck with me too. Oh shit.
Cities around the globe, employees of the medical examiner's office are tasked with the transporting of the deceased from the scene of the death to the city morgue where an autopsy is performed, or directly to a mortuary where the coroner has determined on scene that an autopsy is not necessary. This is the story of one of those workers. Sarah and her co-worker from the medical examiner's office attend to several call-outs per day. Sarah has struggled with remaining impartial to what she encounters at each scene, as the removal of a body can be a very grim detail. Bloody and damaged bodies are bad enough, but badly decomposing bodies are much worse. These bear a unique and unforgettable odor and can often be bloated with maggots and other insects. At the end of each day, Sarah returns to her apartment, which is far from where she has spent most of her day. However, the scenes of what she has witnessed are at the very forefront of her mind. On this day, as with any other, she enters her apartment and switches the light on.
Bro, but like, people that use guns against ghosts, that, like, I don't know how that's gonna work. It can't work. There's no way.
She then heats up some food and tries to erase her mind of everything she has seen while she eats. She's never too successful at this, though, as her mind begins to analyze each and every death, one by one, thinking about the life the person led, their birth, their first day at school, their happy times, and sad. Try as she might to switch off, she fails. You see, Sarah's husband passed away over 12 months ago. The pain of this loss is still all too real for her, and she just hasn't been able to let it go. She showers for over an hour, letting the water run over her head and down her body, in a sense hoping that the hot water will take the sting away with it as it cascades over her and away, down the drain. Suddenly, the light goes out. Not perturbed by this at all, she just stands there, sighs loudly, and realizes that this will be as good a time as any to shut it off and head to bed. She fumbles around in the dark and manages to find a box of matches and a candle. She lights it and slowly carries it to her bedroom, going through the events of the day in her head one more time and preparing her mind for the next.
What the fuck?
She goes to bed and has a broken, restless sleep, waking several times with the images of the dead and the face of her lost loved one. The next day is more of the same. More dead bodies, some that had died naturally.
If their job is making her depressed, but it's paying her bills, I will find another job while doing this and then leave this one.
Some that were murdered, and some that took their own lives. Upon coming home again, Sarah goes through her usual routine. She eats, showers, and then takes herself off to bed. However, this time, as she goes to switch the light out, she senses something in her doorway. Someone or something is standing right there. She switches the light back on, and it's gone. She's frozen with fear as she's certain that she just saw a little man standing in her doorway. She stares at the doorway and calls out. Nothing. Several minutes go by. She wants to run, but to where? She would have to go out that door regardless. She can't move. She can't remember when she last took a breath. As she exhales and slowly inhales again, she notices a hand at the doorway.
What the fuck?
And then a faceless head slowly comes into view from the side. Sarah pulls up her covers closer to her face as the little man enters the room and disappears out of her view. She stares off into the darkness, and then she sees him slowly come into view, rising up at the end of her bed. She looks closely and then can make out his face.
Oh, fucking no. This is creepy.
It is indeed a little man. Sarah stares back at him from behind her covers, trying to scream, but nothing comes out. And he comes closer. He sits himself down in front of her, and then he speaks.
What the fuck
He
is
tells
that?
her not to worry. He
For
won't
real?
hurt her. He just wants to talk. And over the next several hours, that's just what they do. They talk. They talk about all sorts of things. Her life as a child, her marriage, her husband's death, and how much she has struggled with her work and her life since his passing. Their conversation goes on late into the night, and by the end of it, she finds herself feeling so much better. So much better, in fact, that she sleeps all the way through until the morning. For the first time in over a year. Her day at work is once again nothing out of the ordinary. And when she comes home, she feels so clear and relaxed.
I don't know how she managed.
She heads to bed and settles in feeling so comfortable and content. Just as she's dropping off though, she feels the presence of something behind her. She wakes, turns, and stares closely at a small envelope on her bedside cabinet. The shocking realization of what is about to happen to her is overwhelming. She replays the scenes of death in her mind. She now recollects that each and every one of them had the exact same envelope in the room.
Don't tell me she's about to die.
Each and every time. She knew she was about to join them. She had made her choice, and she regretted it horribly.
No. How she made the choice. Exactly. I think it was by talking to that little thing. I don't know. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? I'm gonna rate that a 6 out of 10 only because it was confusing. Or a 5 actually. 5-4. Only because it was like super confusing. So like I don't know. 4? Yeah, like a 4 exactly. She should have killed that thing if I saw it. I'm making it. Not for real. I would have kicked that thing like crazy, bro. That shit's creepy.
In an old hospital on West Java, a young male nurse walks the halls, having just started his shift earlier that evening. He always works the night shift, where he prefers the peace and quiet it brings, allowing him to deliver food and medicine to the patients without having to be bothered by the senior staff. On this particular night, the first patient on his rounds was an old lady who had been diagnosed with cancer. When he entered the room, he saw a young lady sitting with her, talking and laughing. "Evening, ma'am. Please be sure to take all of this medicine," he said. Then the young lady looked up with a smile to thank the young male nurse. A few nights later, the male nurse delivered some food to the eastern wing of the hospital, where there was an old man who had been diagnosed with lung disease. He was surprised to see the young lady again sitting with the old man, talking and laughing. "Evening, sir," the nurse said. "Here's your food. Please do your best to try and finish it." The old man and lady looked up and gave their thanks to the male nurse. The nurse couldn't help but think that it was a sad coincidence that the young lady had 2 of her relatives being treated in the hospital.
What is going on, bro?
The next day, when he was taking medicine to a young girl with leukemia, he once again found the lady sitting, talking, and laughing with the patient.
What if she
The nurse couldn't help but wonder how it was possible that this young lady could have so many relatives being treated in the same hospital at the same time. Later on that shift, when he found time to take a break, he saw the young woman sitting down in one of the hallways. He took a seat and started up a conversation. "Evening, miss. I couldn't help but wonder, are all those patients I've seen you
Can I switch tabs? What happened? What you mean?
visiting your relatives?" She replied,
Is she lonely?
"Yes, they are,"
Oh, all of them are relatives, huh?
he said. "Oh, I'm so sorry that they're unwell." "Yes, but that's why I came to comfort them," she said. He thought that was really nice of her. And then they continued talking for several minutes, laughing and smiling the whole time, up until the point where he asked, "Miss, just what were you talking about with your relatives? They all seem so happy and relaxed with you. It seems like you're able to entertain anyone." She began, "Well, it's my duty to comfort them, to calm them, and let them know that their pain will soon be over, and we'll meet again, somewhere.
What the fuck?
I must
that
pity
mean? That's
them.
creepy.
Their time will soon be over."
The fuck? Is she repeating
The nurse
herself?
was shocked at what she had said. "What do you mean, soon be over?" he asked.
Right, she already did.
"Oh, you'll see sooner."
Smash her past her. See, I don't fucking know if she gonna turn out to some ghost bitch, so I don't want to say smash, but if she not, then yeah. But I don't want her to turn out to be no ghost bitch. I don't know.
"Enough," she replied. He sat there, speechless. Then she gave him a wave and said, "I'm sorry, but I have to go. It's getting late, and I have other relatives to visit." Struggling to speak, the nurse croaked, "Of course. Have a nice evening." The young lady stood up, and as she turned, exposed a huge...
I'm not smashing. I did not say that. That was not me who fucking said that. I did not say I was gonna smash.
gaping hole in the back of her head. Then, looking back at the nurse, she pointed straight at him and said, "Your time will soon be over too."
Oh, shit. Yeah. I don't know who the fuck said smash, because that would not be me. A week later, the nurse had a tragic accident while heading to the hospital for work. Oh, shit. Damn. He should have never had talked to her. Fuck. Grim Reaper. Nah, for real, this give off the Grim Reaper vibes. I can't lie. Damn. Damn. These are some crazy stories. Exactly. Like, crazy. Trying to find something that I didn't, like, already, like, see. The park. Alright, the park. Oh, fuck no. These is like true stories and shit.
The day was warm.
Smasher Paz Viper. What you talking about from Valerie? Smash. Whatever Smasher Paz stream in the future. Nah, we could do one. Yeah. Put them in stream ideas. Yeah, we could do one.
The weather was perfect.
These shits is true stories. After this, I know a couple of true stories.
Perfect for a day in the park. A young mother and her little girl relaxed contentedly on the lush green grass, breathed in the fresh summer air, and listened to the world go by. The little girl, lying down on her back, was entertaining herself by trying to make out the different objects in the clouds. She laughed as she made out a pig, followed by a mouse that looked like it was chasing some cheese. She could do this for hours, as her overactive imagination never failed to entertain her. Then, she became a little scared as she saw what she thought was the face of a demon floating by. It stared right at her and sent a chill through her body. She closed her eyes and waited a few moments, and then when she opened them again, it was gone.
Oh.
She felt relieved by this, but didn't feel like continuing her game. She shut her eyes and tried to think happy thoughts, as she just focused on breathing in the fresh air and relaxing in the sun. To the left of them, a foul ball from a baseball field flew over the fence and straight toward where she and her mother were sitting. At the last second, the mother reached out and caught the ball. If she hadn't, it would have smashed into the little girl's skull at full speed. The mother, furious at how careless these baseball players were, decided to head over to the field and give them a piece of her mind. "Don't go anywhere," she said to the little girl as she walked away into the distance. The little girl lay back down and closed her eyes. She didn't want to look at the clouds anymore. She felt sick. She just wanted her mother to come back so they could go home. A few moments passed. However, when the little girl opened her eyes again, the day had turned to night, and there was no one around. Not a sound to be heard.
Yeah, this is...
"Mama," she called, but there was no answer. "Mama!" she called again. But still, there was nothing. She was frightened and all alone. And then she saw her. A small child, a girl, was sitting on the swing, all alone. The little girl looked around for her mother, or for anyone else, but there was no one. It was just her and this scary little child. "Who are you?" the little girl called out, but the girl on the swing didn't answer. In the blink of an eye, she was closer.
What the fuck?
And another, closer still. They were now face to face with each other. "Who are you?" she asked again. The girl looked up, and a deathly chill ran through the little girl as she looked into her own eyes, which was followed by a chilling, "I'm you."
See?
She grabbed the little girl by the neck, and although there was a struggle, there was no way she could stop being dragged down into the depths of the earth and into the afterlife.
I'm done. I would took off. So, like now, damn, like that's like that shit's scary. I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm gonna play bad words. Should I use X mouse button? No, that shit's creepy. I don't want to watch no like, bro. All right. Not this guy again. Yeah, I'm looking at it and like it don't look like real. How is it true stories if like they look like this? You know what I mean? Like how are they true stories? I don't know.
Hello, my name is Joy. This happened in 2015 when I was in my 20s. I lived with my aunt and had been a working student for 10 years. There were 6 of us living in the house.
Right.
My aunt, my uncle, their 2 daughters, my grandma, and me.
Oh, what do y'all think about that playground story? What do y'all think about that? I hate those sleep Nah, for real, sleep paralysis is like, it's just so fucking annoying, bro, and just like, hate that shit. You can McDonald's in front of each other, they use for life. 5, yeah, I would say like, that's like 4 out of 10. I can't move with myself.
It was around.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that girl couldn't even do nothing. Like, that girl was like, it was raps for her.
10:30 a.m. one day, and I was exhausted from not being able to sleep early the night before. So I slept for a while. I had a dream about 2 children, a boy and a girl, running around the house. As I remember, they're a bit chubby and wearing a white sleeveless and short pants.
Oh, nah.
The boy's haircut was skinhead type, and the girl's hairstyle was short hair that leveled on her cheek. They were around 5 years of age. They looked so happy playing around the house.
Hell no.
Then they appeared in front of me, and I saw a blurry image of myself in them. They stood there for a while. I noticed that I had been on sleep paralysis.
Can I turn on my lights? This shit is so scary, bro.
The boy grabbed my arm like he was pulling down. At the same time, the girl was just staring. The boy just keeps pulling on me. I keep fighting, even though I couldn't move my entire body, and I prayed. and I awoke in an instant. I never experienced or dreamed about them again after that. 2 years had passed, and my grandma and I were folding our clothes in the same house. While we were talking, she was talking about her experience with sleep paralysis. As I was listening attentively, she mentioned she experienced sleep paralysis maybe 40 years ago in our old house. She told me she saw 2 children during her sleep paralysis.
Oh, shit.
She said the children were playing at first, and then the boy appeared above her, and the girl simply...
Oh my god, that just scared me.
Stared.
That just fucking scared me. That just fucking scared me. That just fucking scared me. Oh my god, my heart just stopped. I didn't yell, but that just fucking scared me. That just like really just made my... Oh my gosh. Oh fuck. I shook right... Yo, that shit would just fucking scare me. I'm a bitch.
I was shocked and asked her about what they looked like. As she was describing the children, I froze for a while and felt goosebumps on my whole body. Her experience 40 years ago was the same as mine 8 years ago, and we still have no idea who those children were. I'm still not sure why my grandmother and I had the same sleep paralysis in different houses in years. Are we being followed by ghosts? I was awoken by this...
I'm giving that other story fucking 8 out of 10 because it scared me. 8 out of 10 because it scared me. And it wasn't confusing. That shit scared me, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I felt that shit in my heart. Like, what the fuck? I'm right with you. Yes, bro. Like, I knew I wasn't the only one. I saw the boy and said, boy, fuck no. You can't kill the... If you in sleep paralysis, that means it's like you can't move. So if you were to see them, there's nothing that you can literally do but sit there until they're gone and you able to move again.
Sound of static coming from my TV. Confused, I got up from the couch I was sleeping on and gave it a little kick, but it still wouldn't turn on. I didn't find this strange because we'd been having snowstorms for the past week and figured it'd be up and running the minute the weather cleared. I was just about to go back to sleep, but then I remembered I had bought something for my dog the day before. Dog Buttons was the name of the package, and it was basic.
Nah, for real, they do that a lot. You switch the story. No, they switch the story. Yeah, look, it changed. After that, it just changed to this. The story ended. It was over with.
Basically a box with multiple buttons inside. The buttons had recordings on them, and were
it's multiple stories in one video.
Supposed to allow the dog to communicate with its owner. I set out the buttons on the ground and brought my dog to them, but he didn't seem to be interested. A few days passed, and I was lying on my couch again and watching TV, like I always did when I had free time. I suddenly heard the word stranger from one of the buttons behind me.
Oh, shit.
I looked over the couch to see that my dog still had his paw on the button, as if he wanted me to know it.
Looking around, no, that shit's scary. Fuck no.
It wasn't
scary. I'm paranoid.
An accident.
I'm not gonna be like this later, just because I'm watching it. So like, if I were to turn this off and like just turn on something else, I wouldn't be scared. I wouldn't be looking around. I'm just looking around because this shit I'm watching right now. Fuck no.
Stranger? Where? I asked, confused. Here, I heard come from another one of the buttons. My heart started to race, and my hands and forehead felt sweaty. What the heck? I thought to myself. I tried to brush it off, but I couldn't, so I went upstairs to my room and went to sleep. An hour or so passed, and I woke to the sound of the glass from my front door breaking. I immediately got up and looked out the window, thinking someone had broken in. But no, someone was breaking out. There stood a creature, tall and pale. It only had eyes, no mouth, no nose, just eyes. It had 2 pairs of arms, 2 at its shoulders and 2 on its back. It then slowly began to stand on its legs, and its head started to twitch maniacally. It barked, then let out the most blood-curdling screech imaginable. It then ran into the woods, where it was never to be seen again.
That story was a
My name is Lou Jane, and I'm 14 years old. I was born in Austria and have 3 siblings. They consist of 2 brothers and 1 sister. This incident occurred 2 days ago.
No, it wasn't the dog. Because the dog was saying that it was like some creature there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the dog.
My name is Lou Jane, and I'm 14 years old. I was born in Austria and have 3 siblings. They consist of 2 brothers and 1 sister. This incident occurred 2 days ago to my 19-year-old brother, Malik. My brother works as a receptionist in a hotel and is mostly required to work the night shift. Due to the illness of a colleague, his supervisor asked him to work the night shift 2 days ago. Frustrated, my brother left at midnight and drove to his workplace. Since it was night and he worked at a small hotel, only a few customers came out in the middle of the night. So he decided to watch Netflix on his phone.
I can't work no overnight shift. Maybe a night shift, like, what I mean by night shift is like probably like late, like 5 to 10, that's it. But like not no overnight shift, no. No. Wouldn't do it.
However, he wasn't the only person on duty. His friend was sitting in the upstairs reception, just as bored as him. At about 5 a.m., my brother had to use the restroom, so he left his desk. While he was in the restroom, his phone rang and he saw it was from his friend who worked on the floor above him. Confused, my brother picked up the call and answered. Hello? Okay, don't panic, but a sketchy guy just walked in. I'm watching the camera footage. He's got something in his pocket and he's going through your desk. My brother slowly pressed his ear against the door and heard someone going through his stuff. He slowly placed his hand on the door handle and swung it open in one swift motion. Sure enough, there stood an average man about my brother's height but a little more buff, wearing a fake Gucci hat, black shorts that reached his knees, and a waist bag.
They're dumb.
The man appeared to be...
Exactly, they're dumb. They should have just started calling the cops as soon as they saw this.
In his late 20s with dark brown hair and a calm but sinister expression on his face. On seeing my brother, the man ran outside. My brother ran after him and tackled him to the ground. They fought for some time, throwing punches and kicks. At one point, the man tried to choke my brother. My brother's friend was still on the phone with him while all this was going on. He witnessed everything. And it was caught on camera. As the events progressed, he called the police. Meanwhile, 5 people were watching the fight from the balcony. My brother screamed for help, but no one came to his aid. They just stood there and did nothing. A random guy screamed, "Let him go!" to my brother. They thought it was a childish brawl. Finally, the cops arrived and handcuffed the man. Surprisingly, he began screaming in a language that no one understood. When they tried to talk to him, they discovered he didn't speak English or German. He appeared to be Romanian or something. When the police looked through his records, they found nothing. He didn't have a passport and had entered the country illegally. The cops then praised my brother for his bravery. My brother went to the hospital at 6 a.m. to have his wounds examined. He appeared to have broken his arm and had a few bruises and scratches on his face. His shoulder hurt a lot and he couldn't move around much. When my parents found out, they told my brother how dangerous the situation was and to be careful next time. When my brother's friend showed me a video...
Let him leave, quit trying to be the hero. Exactly, like the nigga was running away. He should have just let the dude run. He should have just let the dude run. But hey, I guess he got lucky and the cops came. Oh, you watch these too? Yeah, I be watching them. Like, I used to always watch them a lot, like off stream. So like, I just decided to just start watching them on stream. Not too long ago. I watched the hour-long one and fall asleep. What the fuck, bro? Like, now I'm actually starting to believe it. See, before, I didn't believe when people always say that they would watch scary stories to go to sleep. Until, like, too many people starting to say that they do it. There's no... How do y'all actually manage to do that? I'm scared and won't let my guard down while watching these. So, like, how could y'all let y'all guard down and fall asleep while watching these? And I'm assuming it's in the dark, too. Oh, fuck no. No. Fuck no. If I was a Disney night guard, I would already died because there's 300... Exactly, those animatronics in the Disney fucking... Like, in the Disney World, the Disneyland and all of that, they look too fucking realistic and scary. I don't... No. I wouldn't be able to be no Disney night guard. And I heard, like, some of the rides and shit like that is haunted and all of that. That big-ass place for all them animatronics... No, not working there. You will never catch me working there. Imagine if it's really with the animatronics. Yeah, fuck no. Exactly, no. Some of the stories be scary and I randomly pass out from being tired. Yeah, there's no way. Like, I can't do that shit. Like, no. I couldn't even do it even if somebody dared me to. I'm that person. What you mean? I watch scary stories at night. Yeah, okay, yeah. Watching them at night is a different thing, but like, watching them like at night is different. But like watching them while you go to sleep is even more scary and crazy. Like, fuck no. That's true. Disney do have some hunting going on. Exactly. Like it. I hear there be lots of death at Disney and they be covering it up. I hear like it's lots of shit that be going on there. Like a lot. I wouldn't be able to like be at night and what's it called? I wouldn't be able to work there at night. No. Not unless there's lots of employees and it's hella lights everywhere. If it's not super fucking light and bright and shit, and it's not a whole bunch of other employees with me, I'm not working there at all at night. I'm in the dark for real. I'm used to it. Only thing glowing is my phone. What the fuck? See, and y'all sit in the dark and watch this shit. Like, there's no, like, fuck no. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Only reason why I'm watching this right now while I'm streaming is because, only reason why I'm watching it right now at night and in the dark kind of a little bit is because I'm streaming. But other than that, no, I wouldn't watch this by myself at night. Like, at this time, I won't watch it. I won't watch it. Fuck no. I will work the front gate entrance only at Disney. That's where the creepy shit be going on too, though. The front entrance gate, unless there's other people there too. But you already know, like those drunk and crazy people that's gonna try to sneak in and get in. You're gonna have to like do surveillance and all of that. Look over it, watch over it. Fuck no, It's just scary. I wouldn't even work there at night. I couldn't do it.
Of the CCTV footage on his phone, it was clear that the guy had no idea what he was looking for. It's like it came unplanned and it just backfired for him. I saw how my brother and the guy fought outside the hotel's front door. There wasn't a camera view from the outside, but there was on the inside. What scared me the most was how calm his expression was when he was screaming as the cops were holding him down. That madman is in prison now, and that's what he deserves. Ultimately, I'm proud of my brother for his bravery that night. My little brother sees my big brother as his biggest hero and is more proud of him than I am. That night will haunt my brother for a long time.
I'll rate that story literally like fucking 3 out of 10. It wasn't scary. I would run once I saw that. No, like literally. My cousin are scared of the dark because they say something might be inside the dark. You know, I am that. Why you be scared of them? You fucked up. I used to scare my little cousins too, though. So like, I don't know. I used to scare them. Should we watch like real like stuff like that's not animated or no? Should I go like search up like top like scary Disney stuff that happened or anything? Should I do that or no? Or just keep watching like the animated stuff? But like watching like that real shit that's not animated is like even more scary. Like that shit's like way scarier. I don't know. That shit would like really scare me. Yeah. Fuck. I'm gonna try it like one time. I'm gonna try it. If I get too scared, fuck no. If I get too scared. The fuck? I think my keyboard died. The fuck? Hold on. Keyboard died. See, no. See, I'm already getting scared. See, I'm already getting scared. Fuck no. I don't like it. Alright, one video, see how we go. Alright.
You might want to think twice before getting a job at Disney. It may seem like the happiest place on earth, But employees have shared just how hard and demanding the job really is. They also have shared some really dark secrets about Disney, from a secret underground tunnel system that you can get lost in, to a number of weird deaths that have happened at the park. Let's talk about these and more only in today's video. Starting off this countdown, we have the secret tunnel system. I know I've talked about this before, but Walt Disney created a whole underground tunnel system for the characters to have a break, and it's for them to secretly get around the park without walking everywhere in costume. This way, this all preserves the magical feel of Disney. But some employees shared what really goes on down there. First off, they said that the tunnel system is fairly confusing, and on a number of occasions, people have gotten lost down there. One employee said that they had just got a job playing a Disney mascot character and went down into the tunnels and had no clue where to go. He went to ask other employees for help, but since he was new, they kind of just brushed him off. Another employee revealed that some of the cast members like to get it on during their breaks down in the tunnel system. So while you're up above having fun, they're down below having fun, just in a different way, if you understand what I'm getting at. Coming in at number 9, we have the waiting lines. But before I go any further, if you guys are liking this video so far, make sure to give it a big thumbs up because it really helps us out. I think the one flaw about Disney are its lines. Seriously, nobody's got time for that. But a couple of years ago, a huge scandal broke out involving Disney and their waiting lines. Basically, rich families were paying tour guides that have access to these special passes for the disabled. Basically, with this pass, you get brought right to the top of the line because Disney wants guests with disabilities to have a great time. But wealthy, able people were abusing this, which is absolutely sickening. Can't believe people were actually doing this just to scam the system. Moving on to number 8, we have the overnighter. For this next point, let's move back along to Disney's tunnel system. So remember I talked about how new employees often get lost down in the tunnels? Well, there's this creepy urban legend about this happening to a new employee. So he finished his shift and went down to the tunnels to change. As he was making his way out, the lights in the tunnel shut off, and he was in the complete darkness. Now, he had trouble already finding the exit with the lights on. Now with the lights off, it was even more difficult. He ended up wandering around the tunnel system for hours before collapsing from exhaustion. He ended up staying there overnight. His coworkers found him in the morning. He was freezing cold and super scared. So now the story is kind of used to scare new employees. In our 7th spot, we have the suspicious death. So in 2012, a man's body was found near the Mickey and Friends parking structure at Disneyland. Police just assumed the man took his own life, but no witnesses ever reported seeing this man jump. Now what's weird is that I tried to search more into this case, but I couldn't find anything. We don't know what truly happened to this man and how he passed away, which is a little suspicious to me. In our 6th spot, we have Yes Man. So this story was shared by a former Disney employee that worked near the Indiana Jones ride. So his job was to dress up as an adventurer and just stand around. But he said he was often attacked by kids, and Disney told him that he just kind of had to take it. So these kids would often be super psyched to go on this ride, and so they were in costume and had plastic weapons. He said on a number of occasions, kids would come up to him and literally whip him with their weapons. Or he would get asked to duel, and he always had to say yes. So kids would just be jabbing him with their plastic swords. Yeah, that's not a job I would like. We're now at our 5th and halfway mark with Winnie the Pooh gets sued. I thought that was so clever. Like, I was typing that and I came up with that and I'm like, pat on the back. Good job, Lindsay. Anyway, in 1978, a guest at the park sued Disney and a cast member, claiming that the cast member playing Winnie the Pooh slapped their daughter. In 1981, their case was brought to court, and the cast member showed up in the Winnie the Pooh costume. He argued that their daughter was tugging on his costume, he turned around and accidentally knocked her over. And then in court, he proceeded to show the jury his costume's arms, saying it's not even physically possible for him to do that in the first place, you know, with his little limited movement. In the end, Disney ended up winning, but still, what a wild day at court. And I love how he showed up in costume. Coming in at number 4, we have the Deadly Ride. On June 26, 2000.
Watch Mr. Bowling. Alright, bet. Watch another video, bet. Alright. Oh, nope. I heard about that. I'm not fucking watching.
You might.
Nope. I heard about that one. I know. I seen him before. That shit's creepy. That shit is creepy. That shit is fucking creepy. I heard about that before. His videos is creepy. I want to go to sleep peacefully tonight. What's it about? Well, it's basically just about this dude who, like, he tells a whole bunch of, like, true stories about, like, true events and shit like that happened. And he be showing images and shit like that. It's just scary. It's fucking scary. And it's like the way he be putting it, like, it makes it, like, fucking, like, scary.
We all sat down near the fireplace as Grandpa rested his back on the armchair holding a glass of wine. Every winter, my sister and I come to visit him. My grandpa is a retired Army general who now lives in these hills owning a small tea garden. I love coming here to relax my mind from the hustle and bustle of city life. My sister Amy lives in Montreal, so she too loves spending some family time here. After our parents died in a car accident, Grandpa is the only family we have. Apart from all these reasons, visiting Grandpa carried a particular purpose. Amy and I both enjoyed hearing about his life experience. His days in the Army were filled with terrifying incidents. Until today, they gave us goosebumps just by hearing from Grandpa's mouth.
Oh, shit.
Also, he had this amazing ability to narrate those experiences in such a picturesque manner that it left us stunned and speechless at the end. We have heard many incidents, and each stands out to be unique in its own way, except this one that we heard last winter. Picking up from where I began, Amy was sitting opposite of Grandpa, and I was standing in front of the window watching the snowflakes floating in the air. The house was warm, and the dim lights created a perfect environment for a scary story. Amy took a sip from her hot chocolate and said, "You never told us a horror story, though." "You mean stories of seeing ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts, darling?" "I don't. But do you?" Grandpa smiled and looked at me.
What?
I said in a firm voice, "I don't believe in ghosts either." I noticed Grandpa getting aloof, as if some memory carried back to his mind. No one spoke for 5 seconds, and all we could hear was the sound of the wood burning in flame. Staring at the trembling fire, Grandpa exhaled a deep breath and said, "Well, I can't assure you about the existence of ghosts, because when this happened, I was going through a traumatic phase mentally.
Oh, shit.
So, some can say it was my imagination, but somewhere deep down, it felt so real to me." "Please tell us, Grandpa. It will be perfect for tonight," I said excitedly. Grandpa starts the story. "Back then, I was posted in a small village in Utah that was being evacuated overnight due to an already speculated attack. We all expected the enemy to strike in the morning, but they started to destroy our base camps right before dawn. On that chilly winter night, we did all we could do to resist their unexpected attack, but many soldiers got injured and many died on the field. I was shot in the arm and would have bled to death on the battlefield if not for my fellow soldiers who saved me and took me to the Army hospital. The Army hospital was old and has been there since World War II. Due to the serious injury, I was shifted to the emergency care ward with all other injured soldiers battling for life. Though the daytime went by somehow, the nights were tough to spend in that hospital. The constant smell of medicines and chemicals hit me hard after dark. 2 nurses used to be assigned for each ward, holding 50 to 60 soldiers per emergency ward. Some of them...
People should appreciate soldiers more for real. Exactly, bro. Like, imagine them just, like, out here, like, losing, like, arms and shit.
Had massive injuries like 80% burn wounds or shot in the head, but still survived somehow. Some had to be amputated to stop their entire body from going to a septic shock. Screams and cries echoed in the hospital hallway as these injured soldiers withered in pain. I still remember this one soldier who was admitted to the next bed beside me. He lost half his face in an explosion and still managed to survive.
The girl say he's been near for since. No. It's not World War III because that didn't even happen yet. But basically, they said that it's been there since World War II, and I guess they were just like in a battle. But no, it wasn't a World War. They are leaders in their lives first, but we need to more. Exactly, literally, they be getting treated so like fucked up after everything that they be doing. If we had a World War III, I'd be first. Wait, why you say that?
He slept all day with heavy sedatives, but sometimes at night.
I'm having my last feast, bro. Exactly, bro. My final meal gonna be crazy.
He woke up screaming in pain every time the nurses dressed his wound. The nurse shed tears while removing the blood-soaked gauze from his face. Chunks of flesh came off every time fresh wounds received a touch. That day, I felt war is much more about suffering and torture than glory and pride. Anyways, I mostly spent the day in bed even though I was perfectly able to walk. The doctor prescribed complete bed rest after taking out the bullet, so I had to follow his instructions. The hospital often suffered power cuts at night. Now, in the middle of a war, this was hardly an issue to complain about. Every patient in the emergency ward had urinals attached along the bed, so they don't have to get up, and most of them weren't in that condition to do so. But I, on the other hand, was quite better health-wise. So, after a point peeing in a urinal bag while lying on the bed, started to feel a little uncomfortable for me. The washroom was on the end of the corridor across the lot, and I knew the nurses won't let me walk there at night. But one night, I felt the urge to pee and decided to do it like a man. I got up on the bed and looked around.
Dumbass. No.
The entire emergency ward was lined up with beds on both sides.
Right there?
Candles were placed in the corner to give light.
I know y'all see this lady right there. What the fuck?
I saw one nurse dozing on a chair nearby and the other going for her rounds. I thought, this is the ideal situation. Before the nurse returns, I can easily go and come back to bed after finishing my business. Also, not walking for a long time started to hurt my legs. I got down from the bed supporting my arm at the saline stead and stood on the ground. A sense of relief blossomed in my mind. Slowly and steadily, I walked to the nearest corner and picked up a candle to lead my way in the dark.
I don't even know why he would even go out there. Like, I don't even know why he would even fucking go out there, bro. He should have just fucking used the bag.
Because the corridors had no light, each nurse carried a candle to make her way during the rounds. I came out of the room and found a vast empty corridor standing ahead of me. The pale moonlight came from the high-rise glass window and created a shadowy effect throughout. I started walking holding the candle gently. The hospital is so big that if I lose the light, I can easily lose my way here. As I left behind the emergency ward, I stepped into a world of darkness and dead silence. The subdued chirping of the crickets outside was the only thing I could hear at that point. I was walking on my own when I suddenly realized someone is following me. I stopped and turned around, but there was no one in that enormous corridor except me. I thought it was all my imagination, so I shrugged it off and started to walk again. But after a few seconds, that same feeling of being followed started to bother me. No matter how many times I stopped and turned back, I didn't see anyone. When I was almost near the washroom, I heard a painful cry. It was as if someone is whimpering in pain. I know the second emergency ward is upstairs, and I have to come far away from mine. So hearing sounds from that ward is almost impossible for me. I said in a firm voice, "Who is it?" No reply came, and the cry just grew louder. Suddenly, it started to come close to me. I raised my candle in the air, trying to look if someone is coming towards me. Whoever was crying came near me and stopped all of a sudden. Standing in that dark corridor with nothing but trembling candlelight, I felt an unknown fear. I said in a scared voice, "Who are you? Do you need any help?" No reply came, and the cry just grew louder.
Oh shit.
It started to come close to me.
You ready for the jump
I
scare?
raised my candle in the air. A rough, painful voice spoke.
I can't see.
You ready for that jump
I
scare,
thought
bro?
maybe a soldier got lost in the dark, and obviously he lost his vision, so he is trying to find his way back to the emergency ward. I said in a fumbled voice, you can come with me. I can take you back to bed. Here, holds my hand. I stretched my hands toward the darkness in front of me so that the blind soldier can reach out. I waited, staring at the pitch black corridor. I could hear my own breathing as I waited for this man to find his way in the dark. A second went by. 5 seconds went by. But still, there was no sign of him. I was about to walk ahead to look for him when I heard running footsteps rushing towards me. A hand came up from the dark trying to grab my hand, and I was almost going to hold it when the owner of the hand appeared in the light as well. I screamed in horror as a disfigured body stood in front of me. The soldier is not blind. The part of his head over his lips was cut off. Blood and flesh was hanging from this vicious wound. The lips moved one last time and said, "I can't see." I fainted on the floor right then and there. When I woke up, the sunlight from the window fell on my face. A nurse and doctor stood right next to me and discussing something with a serious face. The doctor gave me a strict warning not to leave my bed. They said they found me unconscious near the washroom after hearing my scream. As long as I stay there, I never left that room, be it night or daytime. The day I finally recovered and got discharged, I asked the nurse about a soldier coming here missing more than half his head, to which she replied, "Many people died here, and it's impossible to keep track of their injuries. But there is a saying in this hospital, that those who died a painful death still roam the corridors at night. The souls of these dead soldiers still try to find their way back to life without realizing they have died long ago."
I hate that shit when they add that shit at the fucking end. That shit make it fuck. Bro, I heard that that's actually like a real thing. Like, I heard that that's a real thing. Like, people that die, like, they don't know that they dead sometimes. Like, I heard that that's actually a real thing. Like, they don't know that they dead. Like, I hear that a lot. Like, without even watching these low animated videos, like, I hear lots of people, like, IRL tell me stories about that. Like, they'd be like some, oh, this one person died, and I feel like they don't know if they, like, I hear it a lot. Like, you could die and not know that you dead. Literally, that's scary. I don't know how they wouldn't know, because I never experienced that, but, like, it be happening. Okay, I want to play Bed Wars. Is that game fun? I'm surprised the managers didn't catch fire. Exactly. Mr. Ballin vids are pretty fire. Fuck no. Nope. Nope. I think Mr. Ballin vids are really scary. That's what I think. This called you asleep and died. Yeah, I just feel bad.
Hey guys, Anil.
Ivan, we're about to.
If you like the content, subscribe and hit the bell icon. It's free and you can always change your mind later.
You know it's scary. Nope. Nope. The reason why, like, I don't want to, like, get on, one of Mr. Ballin videos is because, like, my finger, like, is broke. So, like, I can't, my finger not going to let me, like, get onto the video. It's not scary or nothing, you know. It's not scary. But, like, my finger's broke, so I can't do that. I could if I was able to, you know.
Before I begin, I would like to say that what you're about to hear is not an experience of mine, as it happened to a man called Alexei Ivan, my grandfather. And this is a recollection of what he told me and my brother one fateful afternoon. I remember I was 17 at the time, and me and my little brother, who was 16 at the time, were bickering about something. I remember I blurted out, "I hate you, Tom," and my grandfather, who was sitting on the couch, then turned to me and sternly said, "Don't you ever say that, boy. If you only knew what you have." I remember being confused and I asked, "What are you talking about, Grandpa?"
Wait, what do y'all rate that other story? What do y'all rate the other story? What do y'all rate that? Like, what would y'all get that story? 7 out of 10? Yeah, I'll say like a 7. 7, 6. 5 out of 10. Yeah, like, it wasn't scary, but like it was a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, it was better than most of the other stories, for real.
And that's when he sat me and my brother down and he said, "Let me tell you a story of how my little brother saved my life." He started the story by telling us about the time during World War II when he and his little brother, Andrei Ivan, were soldiers during the siege of Leningrad. It was on the 12th of October, 1941, and we had been surrounded by the Germans for about a month. The Germans had taken the city me and my little brother lived in. We didn't know it at the time, but Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, was just about to enter true hell for the next 2 years. Now we knew Hitler was trying to starve us out, and it didn't fully hit us until the 3rd month. Our parents were dead, and it was just us both and our little sister. We were both drafted as soldiers, so we asked an old female friend to take care of our little sister. We knew since we were soldiers, we weren't always going to be with her. For the first 6 months, we watched things get from bad to worse, as things weren't letting up. The German soldiers were still holding up the South, and the Finnish military, who were under the Germans, had blocked the North. There was no way out. Me and my brother were moved to the trenches since we were part of the Soviet soldiers. We stayed in the trenches for weeks. The weeks seemed like months, and it didn't take long before we were knee-deep in corpses. Starvation set in, and soon enough, death looked like a far better solution than what we were going through. But even through all this, I took solace in the fact that I had my little brother Andrei with me through it all. I remember him telling me, "We are Ivans. Even hell isn't enough to take us down." I laughed at what he said and we cheered. But come winter, we'd know something worse than hell.
What are you watching? Scary stories? We just been sitting here like watching scary stories like the whole entire time. Some of them actually good and scary, I'm not gonna lie.
1941 was the beginning of something worse than hell for the citizens of Leningrad. As winter...
You know, you can't watch these though, because like, you know, you get scared easily. I bet you be getting scared easily, so like, you know. I totally didn't like go through pain watching this shit. Like, I didn't get scared at all.
...had arrived, and with it, a different kind of suffering came too. Communication had been cut off, and food was reduced to crumbs of bread per day. For us soldiers, we had to find
a rat?
the way to survive. So we began to eat anything we could find, from birds to lizards. We ate anything we could get our hands on. Our group had gotten a bit bigger as we met and made some other friends during our time in the trench. Their names were Anton, Boris, Czeslaw, and Dima. We were making our way across the trench when we saw a man and his 2 sons eating meat. Something was odd, as it was impossible to see meat in this city as we were closed off. And at that moment, meat seemed like a thing of myth. As they saw us, they began to run and hide, and that's when Anton raised his gun and said, "They're cannibals!" Instinctively, we all raised our guns. We had been recently receiving reports of cannibalism, and we were told to bring those who we caught. We later found out that the man had killed his wife and fed her body parts to his 2 sons for food.
What the fuck?
We were told to shoot him down, as that was the punishment for cannibals who killed and ate people. As the months passed by, rats and birds were getting hard to find, and the cases of cannibalism were reaching the thousands. I once came across a child eating the corpse of his dead father. The government had classified the ongoing cannibalism cases into 2, the person-eating cannibals and the corpse-eating cannibals. The cannibals who ate people were to be put to death, and the ones who ate corpses were to be thrown in prison. The numbers continued to rise as the siege carried out, and when it was nearing the 2nd year, madness had engulfed the whole city. Me and my brother managed to stay sane by eating any bugs, roots, or flowers we could find. It had been 2 months since we'd seen our friends as we were sent far down the trench. Eventually, we started making our way back to regroup, and I remember my brother Andrei was looking extremely sick. I remember him saying, "I don't feel too good, brother," as we walked and made our way back to the familiar base in the trenches. I remember telling him, "Be strong, Andrei. We are Ivans. We'll find the others and regroup, and by doing that, we will have strength in numbers." It took us 2 days to get over there, but we made it. The place was desolate and empty, but we were hearing sounds coming from inside the base.
What the fuck?
I remember calling out to our friends.
Did they eat
Anton,
each other?
Boris, Czeslaw, Dima? We were answered with nothing but silence. That's when I heard my little brother say, "They aren't here, Alexei. I think the only solution we have now is to lie down and die." Hearing my brother give up was the most painful thing to hear. And as I was about to leave, 4 things attacked me. They looked like humans, but their skins were gray and their eyes were bloodshot. They immediately began to sink their teeth into my skin.
It's over with, bro.
I reached for my gun, but it was knocked out of my hand. I felt their teeth dig deep into my skin as they started to tear off my flesh. I fell to the floor, and I had to accept my fate. But that's when my little brother began to pull them off me.
No, he gonna probably sacrifice
began to fight
himself.
them off, and he gave me
He
a
gonna
chance to
sacrifice
escape.
himself.
As I stood to my feet, I could feel myself bleeding as I had lost a lot of blood. I wanted to help him fight, but I had lost my strength. I stood there transfixed, and that's when I heard my little brother Andre scream, "Run, Alexei!
No.
Can't leave you!" I replied as I braced myself to fight. As my brother struggled, he then began to shout, "So what do you want for both of us to die here? I need you to live, Alexei. You need to live for our little sister Irina, and you need to live for me. You've taken care of me throughout my life, and it's my turn to return the favor. Run, brother, run!" But before he finished his last sentence, I saw one of his attackers bite down on his neck. As he struggled to speak, he began to lose his footing, and as he fell down, I watched them tear my little brother apart. The pain of watching him die was less than the pain of letting him down. So I picked up my gun, and as they were tearing his corpse apart, I began to shoot and kill each and every one of them. After a while, all that was left was silence, as I began to dig a grave with my own two hands, and I buried what remained of my little brother.
I feel like he should have been did that. Like, instead of talking, I feel like he should have just started shooting him and then picked him up. Yeah, he would have been injured a lot, but like he wouldn't have been dead. Like, I feel like he should have been started shooting the moment he got, like, the moment the brother like got captured. Like, I feel like he should have picked the gun up and just start shooting. And if you don't got no aim, at least fucking let him die trying. But like this nigga sat there with the gun in his hand, waited for him to get fucking killed, and then started shooting. I would have started doing it right there to save him. That was like so dumb. That was literally like so dumb. All you need is ammunition store and grocery store with guns. You're fine. You don't need guns next. Nah, I think if a real zombie apocalypse were ever to happen, I don't think many people would survive the way that they say that they would, and that's because like. The way you gotta think of it, like all of those murderers that's locked up in prison right now and those crazy people that's in asylums and all of that, once the apocalypse happen, all of them gonna be getting released. So now you're gonna be having lots of criminals plus people that already been wanting to do evil shit on this earth that still be roaming around able to do that now. It's basically anybody can kill anybody. So you can't even know who to trust. Like everybody. Imagine all the people on the earth, right, just storming into stores, grocery stores, and all of that, swiping the food. I'm telling y'all, it's not as easy as y'all think it is on TV. I'm telling y'all, it's not as easy as y'all think it is. Y'all cannot be Rick Grimes. No, y'all cannot be Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. No, I'm telling y'all, it would be way worse than y'all would imagine. It would be people with the military weapons and bombing the cities to try to destroy stuff. Crazy people thinking that they can find a cure for it. It will be so much going on to where like it will be like so hard, like so crazy. And then on top of that, it's not even like you'll know when the zombie apocalypse is happening. Like it can come whenever. So it can hit you whenever. The zombie apocalypse can hit you whenever, literally. So like you ain't gonna have no time to be prepared. Everybody gonna be running in and out of the stores, grab all the fucking the gun stores, grabbing ammunition, grabbing all of the food, all of that, killing each other, doing all right. What can you do? What can you really do? All that you can really try to do is survive as much as you can and try to be smart as much as you can. But I don't think as many people gonna survive as like everybody think they will. You know that there are iron bars. How can you make there's many ways to break iron bars. There's many ways to break iron bars, and eventually the amount of zombies and big like herds of the amount of them can just the pressure gonna tear it down. The amount of zombies that will end up piling up over everything will end up tearing it down. Is what I would say. And then you also gotta be prepared for the scavengers, the people that run in groups and go find people and kill them and take all their loot. Because you gotta remember that it's gonna be people that be like out there hunting and stuff like that with groups with a whole bunch of weapons that's looking for people to kill and all of that to take all their stuff. Think about it. And rob. Think about it. Like it's not just zombies you gotta worry about. It's also the people. It's also the people. I feel like there will be majority of the people killing people instead of the zombies. You got to think about it like that too. Because if they run in with groups and all of that, and they got those big old guns and cars and stuff, what can you really do? I feel like a bow and arrow would be better because guns make too much sounds, or get a sniper with a suppressor. Yeah, that definitely would be smarter. Of course, there is no trust on this earth. Exactly. I'm telling you. You know how many groups, like, it's not even just the zombies that you got to worry about tearing stuff down and, like, killing you. You got to worry about the scavengers and the people that's going out to kill you, to rob you. I have an entire police station 6 houses away in my house, bro. I have weapons for that. No, see, when you think like that, you get used to that and you get comfortable with thinking like that, and then when it actually happens and you try to rely on that, it will be over with. Because if a zombie apocalypse go down or whatever, and you try to go to that police station, the police station is gonna be already ran through. You think that the police that's already up there won't already grab ammo and guns for themselves and all of that? You think they won't already rush and grab it for themselves when they already up there? Hear me out. What if I brought ammunition and all that waiting for that to happen? Now, if you prepare yourself, like build up big gates and fences and store food that can last you for years, because I heard tomato soup and rice and a couple of other stuff can last you for years. Now, I could see like if you did stuff like that and you had so many guns and so much stuff to help you, supplies, all of that. I could see if you did that, but like you would have to hide yourself pretty well. Like build a bunker is what I'm saying. Then if you were to build a bunker and stuff like that, live underground, then your survival rate would be way, way better. Your survival rate would be way, way better. I'm not gonna lie. That would be way better. I would say you would have a way better survival rate and chance to survive than other people. It would be like way better. But stuff that could possibly happen, because like in these cases you got to think of the worst cases possible to try to prepare yourself, and like stuff like that. You got to also hide the bunker very well, and you got to decide whether or not you want to go out for air or not. You got to decide whether or not you want to go out for air or not. You got to hide yourself like very well, Cause I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm like right, like all the way, but I do know that like bunkers need some type of ventilation. I do know that bunkers need some type of ventilation, so you gonna need like, I don't know. I think you need to like have like some type of bunker to where like you got access to be able to like get air. I think they need some type of ventilation. And plus that's too much pressure down there in the bunkers. You're going to need an oxygen tank or something. But yeah, oxygen tanks, they run out though. And getting oxygen tanks is already expensive in today's world now. So they're going to be even harder to get them during that time. Oxygen tanks is already expensive to buy a lot to try to prepare yourself. If you're trying to prepare yourself for a whole bunch of food and ammunition and all of that, then trying to buy oxygen tanks will be a lot too. So yeah, for the people that do say, well, why can't I just live in a bunker and save up before the apocalypse and prepare and grab food and stuff, y'all got to still think about the other stuff that comes with it and stuff like that. The oxygen tanks, they eventually run out, is what I'm saying. So like you're going to be down there and you're going to eventually have to leave from that bunker. You're eventually going to have to leave. So what if people rich? See, I don't know if y'all know who this is, but Mark Zuckerberg, if I'm saying it right, he just recently dropped like a huge bag on a big ass like underground bunker, and he just dropped like a big ass bag with millions and millions on this big ass bunker, and he did that, and it got a big ass supply of food. It got like a whole bunch of things of food. It got a whole bunch of like water. It got like oxygen tanks, all types of stuff, rooms, different like levels, all types of stuff, to where if something like that were to happen, like he would be good. I feel like him, the way, like, see, he's rich, so he could escape something like that, I believe. Now, I believe in God, so like what's it called? Like if like a something, I forgot what that thing is called. I forgot what that one thing is called, like rapture. I don't know what it's called, but I forgot. I think it's kind of bad that I forgot. But like if one of those were to happen, then I don't think you would be able to escape that. But like a zombie apocalypse, the bunker that he has and that he paid to get built, he'd probably be able to survive the rest of his life down there. Like the bunker that he built, I know for a fact he'll be able to survive the rest of his life down there if a zombie apocalypse were to happen. He'd be able to survive the rest of his life down there. The bunker that he got. Yeah, like he literally brought like a fucking bunker. This is his bunker right here. This is what he brought. This is literally what it looks like too. Literally. That goes down, go down, go down. And I think those down there are where like the airflow I think come in. I think. This is what he got. Yes, literally. This is literally what he got. And I think he's working on some more, I think. But yes, this is what his bunker looks like. This is what he did. But come on now, like, let's be for real. Like, let's be realistic here. Unless we're rich, we're not going to be able to make no bunker like this. You get what I'm saying? So our bunkers are going to be fucking terrible. We can't even live in there for 5 years. Our bunkers will literally be terrible. Literally. Our bunkers will literally be terrible. And then, depending on how many people that you got, depending on the capacity of the people that you got in there, you also, that takes up more air, more oxygen, because it's not just you who's breathing in there. So it's not just going to only be you who's down there, is what I'm saying. So, like, we're not rich like this dude. Like, we're not rich like him. So, obviously, he able to do some shit like this. But we're not going to be able to make no secure, good, great shit like this. Come on now. We won't be able to do nothing like this unless we have money. Everything's possible. Like, you can be able to do this, but, like, unless you have good amount of money, you won't be able to make no actual living bunker that you can live off for 50 plus years. That's why I say all the people that get rich, like, they should just, like, buy one. They should buy one for all the people that get rich. Right, and also hide cars in. I feel like, yeah, they should hide, like, some cars in there, like, just in case, like, they gotta escape and they, like, gotta use the cars, you know. I think he probably do got some. He probably's not showing us. It don't, right, from what I'm looking at right here, I don't think so. But yeah, this is definitely a good choice. But I would say, like, he shouldn't have, like, told nobody about it. But I mean, I guess since he's rich, it would have eventually came out. But during the apocalypse, I feel like he should make it look less like it's not a bunker, because if people find out that that's a bunker, you know what they're gonna be trying to do to break in? If somebody see, if it was a zombie apocalypse going on and somebody see this bunker right here, they would probably try anything in their power to get this bitch open. No matter what. So that's kind of like dangerous, because like a big person could strap on bombs or some shit and blow it up or something. I don't know. I'm thinking of crazy shit. I don't know. It's called a rapture. If that happens, then bunkers or anything wouldn't help. Once a rapture takes place, that's it. Exactly, right. That's what I was saying. Exactly. Like, if the rapture were to happen, then yeah, there's no escaping that. I don't know why. But like, I could see a apocalypse. If I was rich, I'd have a bunker armored car. Nah, for real. If I was rich, I would prepare for like some virus shit to go on, like, so much. Like, that's where a lot of my money would be going to. Not these fancy cars and chains. Like, I would be actually buying so much like shit just to prepare. Literally. I don't care. If you die in a zombie apocalypse and you get a second chance and you revive before the zombie apocalypse happens, I will get a loan of $10 million. Yeah, like, I'm building a big ass, like, I gotta build a big ass bunker. And make sure, if you do decide, like, if you have all this money and you buy you a good bunker, if you do decide to have, like, other people with you, make sure that you got the right people in there with you. People that you know, like, over time won't, like, get, like, become crazy over greed and try to, like, take lots of portion of the food, try to be wasteful, try to, like, start arguments. Like, you got to think of it that way. Like, you got to really try to, I'm telling you right now, if you don't know a person like that before it goes down, do not take them with you in the bunker. But what I would say is, I definitely would say at least have one person with you down there in that bunker, so you don't be going crazy. Because you by yourself in that big ass bunker, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Especially if you have like enough to where you can like live off of for yourself plus more. I would probably have like another person with you, just like for help, like another person or two, like one or another person, or like you said, a dog, like some animals, like yeah. And since we're in a bunker, nothing like above ground will be able to hear us, so we will be good. Nothing above ground will literally like be able to hear us. We will be good. How would you get power? What type of power source would you have? That's actually like a good question to ask. Basically, I don't know if this would make sense or not, but there's like I think it showed it right here. Let me go to it. There's like big ass like battery pack generator thingies. Like I think there's like electric stuff. Like they got enough. I'm telling you right now, the bunkers that they built, they got enough electricity and all of that to be able to function, like working water and all of that stuff and lights. They'd be able to do it. I'm not saying like believe stuff in movies, because of course lots of stuff in movies can be fake, but have you ever seen like a zombie apocalypse movie and then they were in a bunker and it had lights? It's just like that. It's like, it's actually real. You can have lights and electricity in bunkers. You could do that. You could do that. It's possible. It's not impossible at all. Literally, you could get them installed. Like right now, if I wanted to, like instead of paying the electricity bill, you could like get some what's it called thingies put in. I don't know what they call it, but you get, like, it's very expensive. You will eventually have to like redo them like that. Yeah, the power eventually will go out, but like I said before, the power not gonna go out until years, like years. So you could be literally playing, like you could literally like have power and have lights and working stuff for years. Shit, I'm playing FIFA in the book. No, like for real, I'll be the only one in the fucking Fortnite lobby or in Warzone. I'll be sitting there in the fucking Warzone lobby. Generators are the clutch. Not for real. Generators are something good to have too. Imagine you're the main character and you're immune. If I was immune, I would say what's up. Now, if I was like a main fucking character and like the actual world and the zombie thingy, bro, like that would actually be good. I know I wouldn't die.
There's corpse. I cried deeply as I stayed there mourning. After a while, I composed myself, and I decided to fulfill my purpose to him, and I swore to live. I looked at the things that had attacked and killed my brother, and as I recognized them, a horrific realization dawned on me. The men who laid on the floor were our friends Boris, Czeslaw, Dima, and Anton. I couldn't recognize them before as they looked completely different. Their skin had changed color and their eyes were bloodshot red. But as their corpses calmly laid on the floor, I could make out their faces. The pain was too much as I considered these men brothers too. But the siege had driven them mad and they had long passed their sanity. The pain was too much for my heart, but I pushed on. I had managed to survive the remaining year, and I pushed on through another 5 months. I will never forget the day the siege was lifted as I cried in honor of my brother. I immediately went back to the city, and when I got there, I found out my sister, Irina, was dead.
What?
Through the remaining years, my life gradually began to lose meaning. And as I was about to give up, one of my cousins called, and she said she heard what happened. She said that she was moving to the United States and asked if I wanted to come with her and start afresh. I hesitated, but I remembered the promise I made to my little brother, so I decided to live. I moved here and I met your grandmother about 3 years later. Eventually, we gave birth to a wonderful little girl who grew up to be your mother. My grandpa then looked directly at us and said, "See you boys, cherish each other because our time on this earth isn't guaranteed. And the only reason I'm alive today is because I decided to live for my brother. So you both should live for each other too." My grandfather, Alexei Ivan, died about 2 months after he told me and my brother this story. And I decided to share the same story to everyone who's hearing this. It's in memory of the greatest grandfather who ever lived, and I'm glad to know that wherever he is happily reunited with his brother Andrei and his sister Irina.
Not for a preacher.
Alexei Ivan, 1914 to 2007.
I'm gonna rate that story at 8 out of 10, only because we had a long conversation. Like it made us start talking about like another conversation in the story. Like the what's it called was like good. The lecture. I would sacrifice yourself for you. Give yourself the strength to die, and it was made. How do you sacrifice or you live with the zombies? Do y'all wait? Is this another story? I'm gonna watch a different thingy now. Let me see. Dr. No Sleep.
Dr. Nicely. The PA system crackled to life on a Thursday.
Alright, we're gonna watch this dude called Dr. No Sleep. Should I play Bed Wars or no? Me personally, fuck no. I don't like Bed Wars. I don't like Bed Wars. I don't know why. Like when I play Bed Wars on Minecraft or any of that.
Dr. Nicely. The PA system crackled to life on a Thursday during second period in my junior year of high school. The familiar tones of the recorded voice filled my classroom.
Lockdown, locks, lights, out of sight. Lockdown, locks, lights, out of sight.
The words kept repeating as Mrs. Danbury paused at the board and looked up at the speaker in the corner of the room. "Okay, you all know what to do," she said, rushing toward the classroom door to shut and lock it. Nervous chatter went up among the students as we rose from our desks and moved into position against the wall. "Is this real?" my friend Colin asked as we sat on the floor with our backs to the wall. "Must be," I said. "They'd tell us if it was just a drill." The sound of helicopter rotors was faintly audible over the recorded voice of the lockdown alert, and the noise grew louder as we sat there in the dark classroom. After a few moments, it sounded like the helicopter was right over the school. A full minute passed before the helicopter moved again, the noise making it sound like it was going in circles above the campus. A loud bang, like a door flying open, sounded outside. Someone yelled in the hall, a sound that was quickly replaced by automatic gunfire. I slammed my hands over my ears, along with many other students. Some of the girls, and even a few of the boys, covered their mouths as they cried out softly. More gunfire erupted out in the hallway. It sounded as if there were 4 or 5 guns firing. An inhuman screeching sound pierced the air, making my eyes go wide. I looked over at Mrs. Danbury, whose face was drained of all color. She was the nearest to the door, the nearest to whatever the hell was going on in the hallway. The gunfire stopped, and I heard a man shout and then scream. His wail of pain stopped abruptly with a loud, crashing bang. I didn't have to see it to know that he'd been thrown into the lockers lining the hallway. The metallic bang was enough to tell me that. More gunfire sounded outside, and then more screaming. Then there was silence. For several seconds, we all listened hard for anything outside. The recorded voice was still going.
"If you have a school and there's a zombie apocalypse, ain't no way I'm surviving. Yeah, you got the box order." There's actually a TV show called All of Us Are Dead, and it's very good. I cannot wait for season 2. It's already confirmed. I'm just still waiting on it to come out. It's about this school. I think it's happening. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, like there was at school, and that's when it happened. Like the zombie apocalypse went down. That's when the zombie apocalypse had went down while they was at school, and it was crazy. They had to barricade all of that. The students was like killing each other and all that. It was crazy. Y'all should watch it. It's on Netflix. It's called All of Us Are Dead. This is actually a little scary. No, for real, because these are actually true events, like you just said, Moses. Exactly.
And the helicopter was still faintly audible. The sound of running footsteps suddenly came to us from the hall. The footsteps stopped abruptly,
Yeah, no problem. It's
and
just called All of Us Are Dead on I'm still waiting on season 2, but this shit is like really good. I swear this shit is really good. Y'all would literally love this shit. I swear it's really good. It's really good. I would not put y'all on to nothing. I would not put y'all on to nothing that's fucking terrible. Because I know how it feel to be put on to something that's boring and not good. I swear. It's good. And it's not even one of those TV series that you gotta like watch a couple episodes for it to get good. No, it get good right off the first episode. It's gonna make you want to keep clicking on them. About time when you just go through all of them, you finish with the whole season. Look, they should make an anime that everyone is a side character because they fear for someone that is immune. Nah, for real. But I like those. That's why I like TV shows that make it to where main characters could die too.
A horrible scream erupted just before the door to our classroom smashed in. A SWAT officer flew backward into the room and slammed into Mrs. Danbury's desk, which slid several feet.
I was watching season 2 for Home Sweet Home. See, everybody keep telling me to watch it, but I just haven't watched it yet. I don't know why. Is it good? What I did start on though is what is it called? Alice in the Borderlands. I just don't understand it for us. That's why I stopped. Alice in the Borderlands, that's the one that I was watching, but I stopped after like episode 5 because I don't really understand it for real. I don't really get it. All I know is that like they were in this place. They were like living regularly, and then a whole bunch of people just disappear all of a sudden, and they had to do fucking play games to survive. But it didn't make no sense because then, like, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it because like some of y'all probably still want to watch it. I don't know though. It's just confusing. You ever watch Bloom? No. What is it about? Tell me what it's about without spoiling it though, because like I might watch that. Oh, you said B2. Oh.
Impact. Cries of fear came from the students around me as they saw the soldier was missing an arm. He'd hit the desk with his mid-back and had come to rest at an angle that told us his spine was broken. Once the soldier came to rest, there was only silence from the hall. It went on for long enough that I was starting to think the danger had passed. Mrs. Danbury apparently thought the same thing because she crawled toward the doorway where the smashed door was hanging open. I don't know what she was trying to do, but as soon as I saw her move toward the doorway,
You ever watch Wild 'N Out? Yeah, with Nick Cannon and all of them, and Justina and all of them, and Hitman Holler. I know what you're talking about. I used to always like that shit used to always come on. I know exactly what you're talking about. In the classroom, in the classroom. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes. It's also a game where people survive, but they stranded in the forest island. What is that game called? Oh, it's called the same exact thing?
wanted to tell her to stop. Still, I made no sound for fear of attracting whatever was outside, if there was anything there at all. She peeked her head around the door jamb to peer into the hall. Her left hand came up to her mouth as if trying to keep herself from getting sick. She stood up and turned around to face us. "Okay, we need to move to another classroom," she said. "The hall looks..." A long, blistered, red and black arm with a claw-like hand
what the fuck
darted
is
down from the
that?
ceiling outside the doorway and grabbed Mrs. Danbury by the neck.
That's not a. That's
stopping
this is
her
this
words.
cannot be real. This is not
It
real.
yanked her out of the
This cannot be
classroom
real.
before any of us knew what was happening. We heard a scream and a thunk from outside.
This cannot be real.
Then Mrs. Danbury appeared in the doorway again. Only she didn't have any arms.
This is not real.
Blood
I gotta turn
spewed
this
from
off
her
after
massive wounds as she stepped into the room, looking back over her shoulder with a dazed look on her face. What she saw there snapped her out of it, and she started running toward the wall of windows opposite the doorway. Fountains of blood poured out of her as she ran past her desk, screaming. A monstrous,
What the fuck?
scarred figure that looked like a badly burned mix between a bear and a baboon darted through the doorway after our teacher. It leapt, smashing into Mrs. Danbury just as she reached the window. The two of them tumbled out, falling to the ground just a few feet below. My teacher screamed once more outside before her vocalization stopped with a terrible ripping sound. All of us students stayed frozen against the wall.
What the fuck? I
staring
thought it
at
was
the
like
broken
a
window,
like a shooter. What the fuck?
waiting for the thing to come back in. We should have run, but we didn't.
Niggas
It
are
was
dumb.
all too much for us.
Niggas are like.
Eventually, The gruesome sounds from outside stopped, but none of us were willing to risk standing up and moving toward the window to see what was happening. Not long after those noises stopped, we heard a flurry of gunshots from far off, likely off the high school campus. Hearing those faraway shots snapped me out of shock. I stood up and moved slowly to the doorway. I looked out to see the hallway littered with dismembered bodies. There was blood all over the place. A man with a smashed head lay below a huge and bloody dent in several of the lockers across the hall. A few other guys and I led the rest of the class out. We headed toward the evacuation spot and were about halfway there when we ran into more police coming into the school. They took us to safety. We were told it was an escaped animal from the zoo. That's even what they said on the news that night.
That's not a fucking
They said it was a
regular
bear,
animal.
but I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't any animal I've ever seen.
Exactly.
And the fact that there's a military research base not far from our school is just too much of a coincidence. But those of us who were in that classroom that day are smart enough to keep our mouths shut. But we know the truth. We'll always know the truth. Story 2. Dead.
Oh, wait, so it could be real, possibly. Damn, so like the students are like smart, like they smart enough to know not to like say nothing about it and say it was different than just a bear. It was something else. Because like somebody gonna probably try to kill them to silence them, basically. They don't want to be silenced, basically, so like they just try not they don't say nothing.
All day. Before the lockdown even started, I knew something.
Today's the day. The day that all my dreams would come true. Or so I thought. Mom! Mom, wake up!
Yeah, no, I don't like stories like that. No. Yeah, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no.
In December 1999, she suddenly appeared in my house.
Oh no, I've seen that already.
2 years ago, I had my first sleep paralysis experience. I'm the kind of girl who would...
This shit look creepy. Where's all the stuff that I didn't watch? Like all of this the shit, like I literally watched. That's crazy. I literally watched.
Eyes, Nash paled to being led away by the police.
CCTV cameras and run away. My cousin had called the police by that time.
Alright, here we go. You must have a lot of time on your hands to watch all that. No, I've been watching him for years. Like, when I tell you I've been watching him for years, I've been watching him for years. So imagine all of the stories that he came out with that I watched. because I've been watching him for years, like a long ass time. Before his like animation skills got super good, I was watching him for a long ass time. Plus all the stories that I would watch on stream for hours. On top of that, so like most of the like stories that pop up now, like I most likely watched.
Hi, my name is Nyan, and this is a story that happened in November 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I probably watched this story right here, but I probably watched it probably like years ago. So like look, see 2022, I probably watched it years ago, so I probably don't even remember it.
It was late at night one night while I was on Discord chatting with a few people from my online class. One of my classmates had set it up for the class to get to know each other.
Oh my god, I'm exiting out of Discord. No. I'm exiting out of Discord. No.
Anyway, I was in a voice hangout with my friends, Jen.
Because it just said that she just said she in a call on Discord. It don't matter if I'm not in a call or not. I'm still on Discord app. No.
Samantha and Kendall. We decided to play a game called Don't Shoot the Wrong One. The object of the game was to trust your gut and shoot whoever you really thought was the murderer. Samantha set up a private server in the game so only we could join. We joined and started playing. We were halfway through round 1 when we all looked at the leaderboard because someone else had joined. We were quite confused. I asked Samantha, "Do you know who that is?" "No," she said. Kendall and Jenny were a little concerned because this was a private server, not a public server. The person's username was Don't Shoot or You're Toast. We had no idea who would have that username, but we knew it meant something bad. Like I said, you had to trust your gut for the game. So me and Jenny and Kendall and Samantha all shot the unknown person. At the end of the game, Don't Shoot or You're Toast got all fiery in the game chat and said, "It wasn't me. Why did you shoot me?" Kendall then wrote back, "Our biggest apologies." I then added, "We'll never do it again." What the person said next horrified both me and my friends. He said, "What I do to you will make you not want to do this again."
Oh shit.
We were all scared, so we left the game. Later that night, we were talking again, and somebody joined the voice chat. But it wasn't any of our classmates. The person had the name Don't Shoot or You're Toast. We remembered that name from somewhere, but we couldn't remember where. But then it hit us. It was the person from the game. "Turn on your camera," said Jenny, trying to be nice. Surprisingly, the person listened, but I wish he didn't, because when I saw the video, it made my heart drop. The picture was a video of...
I fucking knew it. I knew it was gonna be something like this, or he was gonna be outside the house. I knew it.
I knew it. Like the person was somewhere in my house. Me and my friends were freaked out. Then I heard a noise in the closet.
Oh shit.
I walked over with my metal bat, but when I opened it, there was nothing inside besides a computer. Or so I thought. I heard another noise, almost like laughing. "Who's in here?" I asked with a quivering voice. "I am," said the person. I was terrified. Under a pile of clothes sat Don't Shoot or You're Toast. He stood up and pushed me to the floor. Kendall then called the police while she recorded everything. Just as Don't Shoot or You're Toast was about to stab me, I heard approaching police sirens. They busted through the door and yelled, "Police, drop your weapon and get down on the ground now." He didn't follow police orders, so they tased him. He was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison for breaking and entering. I actually thank Jenny for asking
like
that
the
question.
movie Unfriended. Nah, for real. I remember seeing that movie. That movie scared the shit out of me. That movie, are you talking about the one where they always in a video call? That movie scared the fuck out of me back then. That movie was so fucking scary. Because I remember this one scary ass scene where the girl was sitting on a toilet or some shit like that, and her fucking eyes or something was like back. It was some shit. I gotta rewatch that again, but I don't know, because that scared the fuck out of me back then. That old ass movie. I remember that shit. That shit was scary. I'm gonna watch that. Not tonight, but like I'm gonna watch that probably like soon. That shit was fucking creepy. Let me note that shit down actually. I remember that. It was one death that was so crazy, bro.
question because if she didn't, I would have been murdered in my sleep. Not knowing
Now I don't really remember. I can't remember. I don't know. It was a long time ago. But all I know is
that he was in my
shit was
house.
scary. I think the what's it called died at the end. I think tripping Z always tripping. Not for real, bro. I just can't fucking stop tripping, bro. That's all I do, bro. Like I am a geek, bro. I'm a crash out trip. I be tripping. By the way, drop that merch because I want to buy some. I'm so for real. I'm not one of them niggas that all talk. I swear. I'm for real. I swear. I don't all talk. I swear I don't all talk. I literally want to buy some. So I can literally say, oh yes, yes. What's my name? And I'll drop Daddy West, Daddy West, Daddy West, Daddy West. I want to wait. Do y'all make hoodies? Do y'all make joggers too? Cause I want like the hoodie. I want like do y'all make shirts too? Cause I want like the joggers, the shirt, and then the hoodies. Nigga, it's summer. No, but like think about it. That fit would be hard though. Like think about it though. The hoodie with the joggers. Come on, bro. Y'all make hoodies with joggers? September. Fuck! Wait, is that when you gonna release like the hoodies or like all the clothes? Or just all of them? Like, is it just gonna be... Or is that when you releasing like all of them? Hoodie collection. Oh, okay. Wait, so when are like you releasing the clothes? Like when are they gonna be available to buy? Cause a nigga got some money right now. A nigga got some money right now. I'll literally drop a bag on that shit. On God, I'll drop a bag. June 1st to drop. Did you already like make the website? Like, do you already got like the website and like the way everything look? So I can like pick out stuff. Cause I swear I'll buy tomorrow if that shit. If there's a website right now, I'll buy tomorrow. I'll buy tomorrow. There's already like a website and everything up there. And how long do y'all take to ship? Or will it be like in the description? Not June 1st, but like our first drop in June. Oh, okay. Hopefully this nigga shipping is not crazy. Hopefully this dude shipping is not crazy. Hopefully we not waiting. Hopefully we not waiting for like fucking 4 months. Now we start, nigga, chill. What? Nothing yet? Oh, this nigga wildin'. This nigga wildin'. You already know what like material you want to use and like the designs and stuff? W-Stream, nah, we got Amazon Prime overnight delivery. Stop fucking playing with them, nigga. Stop playing with them, nigga. Alright, good. As long as y'all got like the material planned out and everything like that, y'all good for real. Y'all chilling for real. I just seen I got your Instagram thingy followed. Put your Instagram or that clothing brand. Put it in the chat and I'll pin it. Put it in the chat and I'll pin it. Put it in the chat. I also posted on my Instagram story. I seen that it hit 200. W fucking fire. Good night, babe. Good night, Wezzy. Good night, Wezzy. I gotta continue watching these little scary shits. That story wasn't even scary. That shit was just
My
like,
name is Esmeralda. This happened to me when I was a sophomore in college.
Oh, I'm already on the tab, my dumb ass. Hold on. Can I make it like longer? I'm gonna just keep it up there for like the rest of the stream. I'm not gonna stream them long. Alright, there we go. There we go. Make sure y'all go check that out. Make sure y'all go check that out. If y'all not already following the page, I don't know what y'all doing. If y'all not already W-Mans, appreciate you. No, it's good, bro. Make sure y'all go check it out. If y'all haven't already, make sure y'all go follow that, check that out. And I'm gonna post it later. I'm gonna repost your post that you put on there. I'm gonna repost it on my story.
It was a snowy day, and I was hanging out in my sister's dorm and had just got done with my work. My sister also attends college, but lives in a campus dorm room, whereas I live off campus. Soon, it was time for me to leave, but again, there was a wild snowstorm outside. I don't like to drive in the snow because I'm not good at driving in it, so I asked my sister if she could take me, and she said yes. We got in the car and we drove up to my apartment. I stood outside smoking for a minute and got ready to go in, but I couldn't find my key. I started to look for my key and realized that I left it in my sister's room. So I called her, but there was no answer. I was so angry, but there was nothing I could do. So then I got a call from my neighbor, and I was so annoyed that I thought, okay, I'll just talk to her later. So then a text comes through from my neighbor that said, "If you keep making all that noise, I'm gonna report you." I was thinking that she was talking about the noise I just made after I kicked the trash can, but she texted again and was like, "Okay, I'm reporting."
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why this nigga don't got... I gave him VIP. / give... What the fuck? That's why he didn't get it. This nigga got a what's the call thingy underneath his name. I didn't see that. Okay, there you go. You should have it now. I didn't see the thingy.
You.
I just put that boy Wes. That's it.
So she came downstairs and she looked horrified when she saw me standing at the door. She pushed the door open and asked me why I was making so much noise, and I asked what she was talking about as I just got here. She was always the Karen of the building. I also told her that I forgot my key in my sister's dorm. It was at this point...
How do you rank up in your Discord server? You in there? I didn't even know you was in there. Why you ain't say like what's up or nothing? I would have definitely replied to you. Like when I'm in a VC and you want to like say something, like you want to talk or whatever, I'm like, even though I may not stream like early, I'm always like active on the Discord. Not always, but like I'm like, you definitely will be able to like talk to me there if you wanted to, because like I'm easy to reach from like being in the Discord server. Just like say what's up or whatever. But how do you rank up? There's not really no like ranks. I mean, like with these, you get streamer. Like if you a streamer, like if I know that you a streamer and I be seeing you stream and all of that, and like I talk to you while you streaming and all of that, I'll give you that. If you like content create, like you upload YouTube videos or you a TikToker, I will give you the content creator role. If you like, if you Twitch subscribe, like you get that role. So I think you are. If you in a server, you should already have that role. If you in a server, you should already have that role. You should already have that role. I believe so. And then trusted, you automatically get trusted. Like you automatically get trusted once you in a VC with me, and like you're not TOSing. Do you know what TOS mean? That's like when you're not saying like crazy stuff that can get you banned. Cause like even though I'm probably not the one that's saying something, like if somebody's in a VC with me and they say something, I can get in trouble because of that. So basically, like the trusted role is everybody get Lander's role. That's like the default role. But like trusted is basically me knowing that I can trust you to be in the same exact VC with me while I'm streaming. Did that make sense? Like by you having that role, I'll be able to drag you to Z Room, or you will be able to like join the VCs while I stream, basically. So that's why like everybody that's like above here, they like automatically like will have the trusted role, cause like I will see that. So it's not hard to get that. It's just like one of the days when I'm streaming and you in there and you talking or whatever, and you're not like TOSing at all or like saying nothing like bad to get me like banned, then you would instantly get the role. That role is not hard. Gango role, you can easily get that too by like being here a lot, like and interacting. That means like you gang, like you certified. And then OG, that like you eventually end up getting that depending on like how long you stay. So like the people that got OG role, like people that got like the OG role, they've been here for like a long time, so like they got it. Yes, they haven't been in a Discord server for a long time because I just recently made a new one, but like they've been here like on Twitch and all of that for a long time. So that's how they got that. But yeah, if you're confused about anything, just let me know. I got you. Cause I see it in Twitch, I think, but it don't make sense. But I don't think I have a server created. What you mean? What's confusing?
We have a person in our company whom I call the Laughing Man. His name is Cooper, and whenever he sees me, he bursts into laughter. However, it's not just a cheerful laugh. It's as if he's laughing to death, struggling to hold back his laughter. At first, I was taken aback, and as time went on, I started feeling uneasy. It was because he wasn't close to me, and we had never had a deep conversation. I discussed it with people around me, but strangely, they all said the same thing. Cooper? I've never seen him laugh even once. He's expressionless every day. Next time he laughs, take a picture. I want to see how he laughs. I was genuinely puzzled. Was he only laughing at me? Over time, I asked Cooper why he was only laughing when he saw me, but he closed his eyes and said, I see you. The way you react is so funny. He swung his arms, as if swinging a baseball bat. I asked him what he saw, but he didn't say a word. It sent chills down my spine.
I don't think I have a server created. Oh, I think I already read that, my dumb ass.
But there was nothing I could do. After that, he was often caught secretly watching me from
What, you wanted to make, like, a Discord server? Is that what you're trying to say?
Distance, struggling to hold back his laughter, and I got angry with him, but he couldn't help but laugh more. But I discovered that he never laughed when he was with other people. Only when he looked at me did he laugh brightly. It really gave me the creeps. Then one day, I was working late and alone in the office. When I tried to leave, Cooper was standing in front of me, holding a baseball bat.
What the fuck?
I shouted at him, asking what he was doing, but he just laughed without saying a word. He slowly approached me, struggling to breathe because he was laughing so hard. Then he swung the baseball bat at me. I barely avoided it, but my arm was hit, and I groaned in pain. In response, he laughed even harder. Seizing the opportunity, I kicked him and ran away at full speed. He chased after me, but couldn't catch me. I immediately reported it to the police, and Cooper was arrested. But a while later, our company was turned upside down. It was revealed that Cooper had been arrested for murder. He had recently killed a neighbor and dumped the body. It was also revealed that he had attempted to murder and assault other people. One person, who barely survived from him, testified to the police, saying, "He was always laughing, so I thought he was a good person. But in the end, when he hit me and burst into laughter, I realized that was the true meaning of his laughter."
Oh, shit.
I was in complete shock. What was even more shocking was when a colleague who had been closest to Cooper in our company said this. "Cooper once told me he has a habit of laughing when he sees the people he wants to kill. He said he can't help but laugh because imagining killing that person makes him feel so good. At that time, I thought it was just a joke. I never imagined it could be real. Thinking back now, it gives me chills to realize that I was close to him all this time. Fortunately, he never laughed at me. I'm really grateful. But I used to force jokes to make him laugh. It sends shivers down my spine to think about it now." After hearing his words, my heart sank. All those moments when he looked at me and laughed came flooding back.
That shit was not scary at all. Hello, exactly.
I met someone who looked
That
just
shit
like
wasn't
me
scary
while
though. What do you think about that though?
traveling one day. He looked so much like me that I believed he was a twin. We both stopped and looked at each other in the face for a few seconds, and he asked me, "Who are you?" I couldn't say anything in shock and only looked at his face. He also looked at me in the face and continued to look incredulous. I ran away with an indescribable discomfort, but that night, I had a dream that my body burned down and turned into ashes. And when I woke up in the morning, my whole body began to crack and discharge.
What the fuck?
As time went by, my body began to hurt more and more. Gradually, it became difficult to breathe, and it became difficult to move as the arms and legs hardened. I was lost in thought. I heard I'd die if I met a doppelganger. Am I dying? I ended up visiting a famous fortune teller, who was surprised to see me and said, "You were born by God's mistake. God is trying to turn you back into nothing.
Nothing much. Just watching scary stories for real. What you been up to, bro?
Yes. I said I wanted to live, and the fortune teller shook his head and said there was no way. I went back stunned, and after that day, my body began to dry out like a dying tree. As the day went by, I became senile. My back was bent, my skin cracked, and blood began to leak out. Even after visiting a doctor, he said there was no cure, saying it was a strange disease with an unknown cause. I shouted at the sky, "God, you created me and now you're trying to get rid of me?" I wanted to live somehow, so I exercised for 6 hours a day and took care of all kinds of vitamins and health foods. Fortunately, I started to feel better, and I was able to slow down the speed of my body's breakdown. Then one day, I had a dream again. I saw a person who looked like me lying down in the form of a lump of ash, because his whole body was burned. I woke up screaming, and now I'm in a better shape than ever before. Surprisingly, after that, I gradually recovered my
What's not fair? What happened?
My health and gradually returned to a healthy body. I don't know what happened. Did God change his mind? Or was it all just a coincidence? But one question remains in my mind. Where is the person who looked
about
like
the
me
doppelganger?
now?
Ganger? I think I said it wrong. I think. School.
This is what I experienced when I was 17. At that time, I was in good shape because I mastered many sports, such as boxing and wrestling. But one day, Alexander, a notorious delinquent at my school, asked me for a fight. I was bewildered and said,
You didn't reply to me on Instagram? Oh, because I basically told you, like, the one day when I was talking to you on Twitch, I was basically letting you know that, like, I have lots of money that, like, I'm willing to spend on someone to make me, like, some really good, like, screen art, so when I end my streams or start it up, I can have it as a screen. And, like, I'm looking for something that I can, like, get within a while, and I can easily, like, access and stuff like that. I'm looking for something that I can, like, basically, like, get, like, without, like, trying to have to keep, like, going through, like, multiple processes. And unfortunately, when I was, like, working with you and stuff like that, like, I don't know if you're new to it, like I had said to you before. I don't know if, like, you were new to, like, making art and stuff like that, or whatever the things that you be, like, doing, designing stuff. I don't know if you were new, but basically, like, you had multiple, like, errors and, like, mess ups with the stuff that I asked for, because, like, I asked you for, like, an animated version of a whole bunch of characters, and it was just, like, copied and paste images. Like, it didn't look nothing like the thing that I asked for. And then I asked for, like, a Batman thingy, and it was never, like, anything, like, that I asked for. So, like, I apologize to you, like, before, and I'll do it again. My bad if it seemed like I was wasting your time or anything like that. But unfortunately, like, if like, I'm paying a good amount for something, if I'm paying, like, a decent amount for something, I would expect to receive the thing that I would want to pay for. And you probably just new to this, like I told you before, the last time you were here on the stream. You probably are just new to designing stuff and creating stuff like that. But there's a couple of other people that reached out to me, and they were able to make what I asked them to do. So, like, sometimes maybe some people just don't know how to do certain things. Or I don't know. Maybe that's just not, like, I don't know. I don't know. But my bad again. My apologies again if you feel like I was wasting your time. I just didn't want to, like, spend hundreds of dollars on something if I just don't like the work of it. I'm sorry.
I hit you, you'll go straight to heaven. But I shouldn't have said this. He suddenly shouted in anger. I'll chew you to pieces, eat you up, and then take a shit. I was perplexed, but I realized there was nothing I could do. He ran up to me and punched me, and I punched him back as I was enraged. He was knocked down to the floor by my fist, and blood started dripping from his nose. I tried to help him up, saying I'm sorry and let's stop this, but he grabbed me, knocked me over, and started beating me.
Oh, shit.
I was infuriated and punched him badly. He fell down again and couldn't get up as he was in pain.
For real, what the fuck wrong with this dude? Why he beating him up like that? What the fuck?
I kept yelling at him to stop.
Not him, but that
he
dude.
was already
What's
half
wrong with
mad.
this dude?
He got up again and shouted as he approached me.
Let's fight!
I shouted.
Please stop! You're gonna die if you keep doing that.
He said, smirking.
For real.
Of course. One of us must die.
He pounced on me,
Oh,
and I picked
shit.
him up and pinned him to the ground.
Damn.
He broke his neck, got up with his neck
What the
broken,
fuck?
and ran back at me.
I thought if you break your neck, you instantly die. Or, like, you have a little chance of surviving. But, like, getting up and walking like that, what the fuck? I never knew that. Okay, so on your Discord server, under stream notifications at the bottom of the page, if I want to follow the person to get updates on their channel, you will have to have your own to follow in order to get channel. Huh? Wait. So where do you Wait. So I'm kind of confused. Wait. So what are you trying to do? Is what I'm saying. Like, I'm kind of confused. What are you trying to do? Cause you said in the channel, underneath stream notifications. What do you mean you trying to follow it? You trying to be able to follow it so you can receive like updates, like when I upload on YouTube or TikTok or stream? Is that what you're trying to say? Yes. So basically, you want to be updated when I go live or upload. Oh, all you gotta do is Oh, okay. So you see at the top of these. Basically, at the top of these, you just press follow. Press follow. That's all you gotta do. Just press follow. And in that way, you get notified anytime I upload or go live on any of them, on any 3 of them. This how it will basically like be letting you know, basically. And then after that, you should be good. Well, it usually already just like give people the notifications, I think. But if it don't, then yeah, just press follow. It's on the top. It's on the top of them. Just press on them individually and then press follow. Oh, it was showing me at the bottom and that I had to have my own. Oh, did it work now? Do it work now? Like, did all of them work now for you? Let me know if it worked now for you. If it didn't work now for you, then I have to talk to the server manager, Pug. I gotta talk to him about it. Yes, it worked now, but I didn't see that before. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Good thing you said something about it though, so I was able to help.
Me. I tripped him with my leg, and he broke his arm as he fell down.
Shit.
He pounced on me with his arms broken as well. I yelled at him to stop, but he ran at me screaming.
I'll stop when you die!
I kicked him really hard, and he flew 10 feet away. He fell to the floor and tried to get up, but his whole body seemed to be broken, and it seemed that he couldn't move. I called the police right at that moment. The police arrived, and he was taken away in an ambulance. He was hospitalized and taken to the intensive care unit. I was injured, as I was beaten up by him as well, but there were no major injuries. And after a while, I received another text message from him.
What the
There
fuck?
were 2 words written on that message.
You're dead.
Let's fight.
Never mind. Damn.
I eventually called him, apologized, and told him I gave up. Then there was silence for a few seconds, and I heard him whispering, "Let's fight." My whole body trembled. He didn't listen to anything I said. His only goal was to fight me. I blocked his number. After a while, I received a letter. In the letter, once again, 2 words were written. Let's fight. A few days later, I heard a knock and looked outside to find Alexander standing there.
This nigga, bro.
He was limping with a cast on his arm. I called the police, but he continued to hover around my neighborhood. I ended up moving, and I haven't heard from him since. Years passed, and I ran into my old high school friend Luke, and while talking with him, I happened to hear about Alexander. After he fought with me, he kept challenging other friends at school to fight, and most of the kids refused and avoided him, but one of them, a friend named Nicholas, accepted the fight, and in the end, the two of them fought until Alexander killed him.
Shit.
In the end, Alexander went to prison. I was horrified. He had meant everything he ever said. If I hadn't suppressed him then, I wouldn't be alive now.
Damn.
This is what happened to my little brother, Luke. He had a habit of consistently moving his...
Okay, I think this story right here gonna be scary. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. I'll rate the other story a 2 out of 10, only because it was just stupid.
...eyes, just like someone who is so insecure. When I asked him why he does that, he replied, "The demons keep putting their faces against me to make eye contact with me, so I need to keep avoiding their eyes." However, there was nothing in front of him. He continued to move his eyes while eating. When he was walking down the street, when he was talking with somebody, he kept looking away as if someone was in front of him. I thought to myself that he was clearly suffering from a mental illness and recommended that he go to a psychiatrist, but he stubbornly refused to, saying that there are 10 demons hovering in front of him.
What the fuck?
Eventually, our family all agreed to send him to a psychiatric hospital. He ran riot and struggled to get out, but the doctor administered a tranquilizer to him and he fell fast asleep. However, this was when the incident happened. A few hours later, he opened his eyes and suddenly screamed as he grabbed his eyes.
Ah! Our eyes met!
He rolled around in pain. Then he suddenly jumped up and groped his own body and face, shouting in a loud, monstrous voice.
"I finally got in!"
He was smiling, turning up only the whites of his eyes. I was so shocked and was perplexed at what had happened, and so were the doctors and nurses. He continued talking in a monstrous voice.
"This body is mine now. This body is now Satan's. This body is now the house of demons."
I shouted in anger.
"Go to hell, you evil!"
He laughed, saying,
"Peter, what's the trouble? Hell is a nice place."
After all, we called the priest and he performed exorcisms. The priest said Luke was born with eyes that could see demons, and he said that he must have seen demons all his life. How hard it must have been. Tears ran down my face. The priest performed an exorcism with his eyes covered up with a ribbon tied around his head. Luke yelled at the priest as he was tied to the bed.
"Look into my eyes. If I enter your holy body and commit a sin, how will God respond?"
When the priest sprinkled holy water on him, he let out a monstrous scream, and smoke came out with a burning sound. After a long exorcism, Luke finally fainted with his head dropped, and the priest said that no more demons would come near him. Luke woke up, and surprisingly, he no longer looked away. He regained his composure. However, even after that, every once in a while, as he walked down the street, he would point somewhere and say there is an evil spirit. But he never looked at that direction. When I looked where he pointed, nothing was there. I asked him, "Is there really such a thing as a demon in this world?" And then he said, "Yes, there are many. Every day they hover around in front of people's eyes and whisper in their ears. There's also one in front of you right now. It's struggling to get your attention. Peter, I'll tell you one thing. If you see something strange in front of you, never look at it. You just have to pretend you didn't see it. Promise me."
That's actually true. That's actually true because, like, I'm not saying there's demons hovering around you every second. That's not what I'm saying. But it's actually true that, like, stop looking around other well. Now that shit's scary. What the fuck? That shit's scary. I can't lie. But That's actually true though. That's actually true. Like there's lots of like shit that like that's like roaming around, but you can't see it. You and yeah, you were also right too. That's why people should listen to their kid. People never want to listen to their kid until it's too late. That'd be their problem. They never listen to their kid. They just never want to. They never believe them and think they just talking because they're young. Thank you. I rate that story like a 5 out of 10. It wasn't scary though at all. Not even a 5.4. It wasn't scary.
Here is the story about
Eyes.
It's literally nothing like scary, bro. Okay, what is this? Alright, this... Hopefully this is...
There are two types of people who work at McDonald's, or fast food places in general. There are ambitious, intelligent people who are trying to work hard to achieve a goal, in the hopes that one day they'll be able to quit for the sake of something better. And then there are the losers, those with no ambition who have given up, and have no desire to achieve anything other than a weekly paycheck. I like to consider myself in the first category. As I was working hard to afford my apartment while taking classes at the local community college, I normally worked the later shifts at the drive-thru window, which is the one spot most employees hated working the most. You constantly have to deal with extremely impatient, oftentimes very rude people who are on their phones or have music blaring, and oftentimes don't realize that I wasn't the individual who took their order, so it's not my fault if it's wrong. In addition to that, you're pretty much constantly on your feet and exposed to the elements. No matter how cold, windy, or rainy it is, you have to keep leaning out into it, wishing that you were in a warm car about to drive away from this place. My point being is please try to be more kind and patient with the drive-thru people. Yeah, some are lazy, but most are trying their best, and even though you only see them for about half a minute, a kind remark or a warm smile might make their day. Anyways, now that I've gotten that off my chest, I work the late shift with two people who I believe qualify for the second category of employees. Connie was a high school dropout who was almost always late and was never invested in what she was doing, and Harold was a deadbeat who often smelled like weed and only kept the job because otherwise his parents would throw him out of the house. He was 32 years old.
Damn.
So one night I was there after 11 p.m. by the drive-thru window on an extremely cold January night, flipping through the pages of my class notes and trying to keep warm by the fry machine. Connie was mopping while looking at her phone, and Harold was in the back probably getting baked in the walk-in cooler. That late at night, we rarely got customers, and if we did...
I'll do get your life together. Exactly, yo, that's crazy. 30, and then like a job like this at 30 and at your parents' house? Nah, that's kind of crazy.
They were almost always zonked out college kids who used the drive-thru but never physically walked into the restaurant. I stood up and stretched my legs and told Connie that I was heading to the bathroom. It was around 11:30 at this point. I came back less than 5 minutes later, with Connie more or less in the same spot that she was before. I walked past her and turned the corner to return to the window, and froze dead in my tracks. There was a bald man in white face makeup and a black hoodie standing directly outside the window staring in. His eyes were wide, with a blank expression that read, "What kind of trouble can I create?" The figure made direct eye contact with me and smirked, and slammed his palm against the window. I had no idea what to do, and inside my head, the words, clown, mime, psychopath, danger, and death all exploded like fireworks. The window was already shut and locked to protect myself from the cold, but the doors were all unlocked, and this person could easily walk right in and grab any one of us if he wanted to. In my head, I kept referring to it as he, but honestly, I had no idea what the gender was. The outfit and makeup made the stranger look androgynous.
Open. The fuck?
Drawing out the word like a snake. Now, even if the figure wasn't dressed like that, I was under no obligation to open the window. It's unlawful to serve walk-ups at the drive-thru window, Certainly for their safety, but also
For real,
for
do the
ours.
other coworkers
I
not
shook
know?
my head and backed away. I called over my shoulder. Lock the doors. The whole time, this figure didn't break eye contact with me, and to the best of my memory, I don't even remember it blinking. It drew back its lips in a sinister smile, and I shit you not, its gums were black. I don't mean I was too far away that I couldn't see clearly. I mean its gums were as black as licorice. Open! It hissed again, louder this time. Its other hand slammed against the window, and it licked its lips with its tongue. Open! That's when a third hand slammed itself into the window.
Oh, hell no.
A left hand, and it was just as pale and as skeletal as the other two. I lost my shit. Holy shit! Call the cops! I screamed and ran back into the office, which was the only room with a locking door and no windows. I heard Connie scream, "What the fuck?" And she dropped her mop and flew across the room and made for the back with me. All the yelling attracted Harold, and I shoved past him into the office and told him to look at the security
There's
camera.
some crazy shit going
Sure
on.
enough, the white-faced creeper looked to have 3 hands on the window and was tilting its head back and forth, perhaps trying to discover where I ran off to. We locked the office door and called the cops, explaining to the operator that there was at least 2 prowlers outside acting in a threatening manner towards us. I kind of expected it to be over after I called the cops. If it was a prank, they would run once they realized they scared me enough to call 911. But it didn't end there. We watched as the figure left the drive-thru window, circled the building, and made for the restaurant door. "Is there a second one? Look for a second one." I panicked while still on the phone with the operator. Connie was freaking out, and Harold was muttering something about not getting the police involved, likely because he was carrying weed. That's when the power went out. Everything. Cameras, lights, phone,
shit.
the whole building went down.
Shit.
And barely 10 seconds after we all quieted down after shouting at each other in the dark, we heard footsteps in the dining room area.
Oh.
Connie, did you lock the doors? I whispered.
You stupid
She didn't
bitch.
reply.
Oh my god.
I think she had her hand pressed over her mouth.
No, why she ain't lock the door?
Open.
No.
We heard a voice call from outside the room in the dark. Open. The shout came at least 3 more times, circling from the kitchen to right off the hallway where we were hiding. I was convinced I was about to die, and every decision I had made in my life that brought me there was flashing before my eyes. We heard footsteps pass the office. After another few minutes, we heard the wail of police sirens outside, and at any moment, we expected to hear gunfire and the police shouting at someone to get on the ground, but we never did. We waited until the police identified themselves, and opened the door and ran out into the parking lot. Since the power was down, we couldn't show the cops the security footage, so we just told them what we saw. They swept the whole building and said it was clear. The owner of that particular franchise store showed up about an hour later, after Harold and Connie had left. I waited for the power to be restored, so an officer could escort me back inside to collect my belongings. The next day my manager called me and asked me to work the night shift. I asked him if the creep from last night had been caught, when he said, "There was no creep." I told him I quit and hung up the phone. This story is completely true. I have no idea what caused the power outage,
I would've quit
which apparently
too.
erased all the security footage from the day. Without proof on video, my manager and the cops concluded that it was an elaborate prank, but that third hand still bothers me to this day, even more so than its hungry, inhuman eyes. Sure, it could have been a prank, but I wish someone would just confirm that for me, so I can sleep again. Keep your windows locked at night, and if you hear someone tapping from behind the curtains, don't open them.
Damn. What do you rate that story? Now that one girl low-key was stupid though, cause why didn't she listen and go fucking lock the door? She was so dumb. 8.5 out of 10. Why didn't she not listen? Like she would. It could have all been avoided if she just locked it, and then called the police. Literally. But no, she didn't want to do that. She wanna run to the back.
It started in Ohio. Me and my friends were coming back from a Friday night party. My friends were Ethan, Tim, Lori, and Jenna. We were in a Ford my friend got for his birthday. Ethan was the driver, and me and the others were in the back. We were going the way our GPS was telling us to go. Then there was a path through.
Why didn't none of them record with their phone? Like, what the fuck? I would have took my phone out and called I would have had one lock the door, one record, and one call the police. Literally, it's 3 of y'all.
The woods.
And then y'all at a McDonald's, and y'all in the kitchen, so there's multiple things to use. There's knives, there's multiple things to literally use to defend yourself. Like it's just like dumb, bro.
While we were driving, we spotted a small tower to the right in a field.
Hey, hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. Here we go. When you're in panic mode, you don't really think clearly. Yeah, but like turning off the lights and going to the back, bro, like, oh my gosh.
Being the curious teenagers we were, we decided to go inside. We all headed to the top and found out it was just some old archery training tower back a few decades ago. When we were about to leave, Lori spotted a door hidden at the bottom. We wanted to get in, but it was locked shut. My friend got some axe from the van. We started breaking down the door. When we had broken it, we found another spiral staircase, leading down this time. We turned on our phone light to guide the way, and we were going down. We, Jenna and me, spotted a room at the end. We went in and we saw this, a wide cobblestone room covered with moss and dirt. We explored around, and I called my friends because I noticed something. It was a poster from some circus back in the 1900s. We clearly saw something behind it, so we went through it, and what we saw was impossible. A small, underground circus arena.
What the fuck, that devil star? I know y'all seen that.
We also smelt a horrible stench.
I hate these animations, like, hate because the animations ain't scary. I'll go in there and just go home. Exactly, bro. Like,
Coming from there, we went to investigate and found a chest in the middle. Inside was the thing I would remember for my entire life.
That's what I be saying. Like, why do y'all even go into shady stuff like that? Wanting to go explore and shit.
Body parts.
Oh,
also inside was a key, rusty and yellowish brown color.
What the fuck?
Before we could pick it up, some old circus music started playing. We turned around and saw it, a deformed-looking clown. It was about 8 feet tall and it was holding a weapon, a huge claw replacing its hand. It was big enough to swallow someone and sharp enough to slice somebody. We all knew to run for our life. As we were running, I noticed that thing was still following us. We locked the door shut and ran out of there as fast as we could. We got into the car and sped away. We were all panicking and talking about what the heck just happened. I also remembered one last thing. And before I saw that key, I also saw a metal door at the back with a lock perfectly fitting the key I just saw. I don't know what was behind that door, but whatever it was, I don't want to find out. And I never want to return there again.
Oh, shit.
I'm 20 years old and I suffer from insomnia.
Like 4 or 5 out of 10. That shit wasn't scary to me at all.
I also have sleep terrors, so normally nightmares come regular to me. But this one nightmare kept me up for over a day. I went to bed early because I had to pick up a package in the morning, and I'm scared of the dark, so I leave the bathroom light on at the end of the hall. I also sleep in a single bed on the opposite side of my headboard. Don't ask me why, I just never really liked them. But one night, I finally decided to sleep on the top end of the bed, and to this day, I never did it again. I fell asleep and my room flashed red, and I jolted awake. and then I fell back asleep shortly after. Now, this was the first lucid dream I had had, and it felt like a new dream, but it wasn't. It was a...
It would be nice to see a little more action. Exactly. 0 out of 10, bro. Use the Roblox scary laugh effect. Man. For real? Did he? I didn't even see that. I didn't even, peep that.
Nightmare. I rolled over and my foot was hanging off the bed, and at the end of my bed was a dark figure. That figure was wearing a trench coat, and it looked like it was wearing a cowboy hat or a fedora. And he said something that I could remember so clearly, because I remember moving my mouth, but I couldn't speak. The figure's mouth got extra wide and started pulling me in. He had large gnashing teeth, and I slowly felt like I was getting pulled in by my arm. And by the time my arm was fully devoured, normally people say when you die you wake up, but I didn't. I went through this loop of dying and getting pulled off my bed and shredded multiple times. I could feel the agonizing pain more and more, going through these loops. A doctor just continued to sit down with me, so I worked up enough strength to hold on to the other side of my bed, and the clocks that time said it was 4:30, and I went to bed at 1, so that means I must have died in my dreams at least 8 to 9 times, and I finally managed to end it by holding onto my bed and pulling myself and rolling over again, because it pulled the mattress on top of me and I flipped it over with me when I finally survived a loop. It must have been 5:30, and then I finally woke up, and the thing that scares me to this day is that I was on the floor and it was 5:30, and when I looked up to my right, I could see the dark figure, but it wasn't sitting. I bet it was standing next to the cupboard door. I was so scared and tired, then I immediately...
I thought if you die in your sleep, you die in real life. Wow, that makes sense. I sit in my head, why didn't go trying to face it? And then I realized it was playing well. Damn. Oh, so it was the Roblox game, not the actual thingy. Yeah, I was about to say, because I remember that.
Immediately climbed on my bed quietly and just went...
No, I think I died in one of my dreams before. I think I died in one of my dreams before, actually. But then I woke up after I died in my dream, I think.
Went back to sleep. I thought maybe it might have been a jacket because my jacket for work was black, and I hung it up on my door. When I woke up, there was nothing there, and to this day, I always separate my nightmares and night terrors based on that dream.
Damn. There's a little girl with braids.
This happened on a summer night.
Might turn on my lights for this shit. I don't know.
I'm the type of person who likes
I rate the other one a 3 out of 10. It didn't scare me at all. What do y'all think?
Having me time. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and I was sitting on my front porch admiring the stars and enjoying a nice cool breeze. I heard my phone buzz, so I sat down to check it. It was my cousin asking me what I was doing.
You made it this far without the lights? That's because I've been talking to y'all. If I wasn't talking to y'all, I promise you, I literally would have had the lights on. Actually, I wouldn't even be watching this by myself. Like right now, I would not even be watching this right now by myself. I wouldn't even be able to do it. I promise you, I literally would not even be able to do this. I don't do this at this time. No. No.
Doing up this late. I forced myself to ignore it because it was me time, remember? As I looked up from my phone, straight ahead is my neighbor's house, and in front of a tree, I saw a little girl. She looked about 8 or 9, and she had bright, thin ginger hair, and her hair was in 2 pigtail braids. She was wearing a white dress with red polka dots all over it. The dress went right to her knees, and it had white lace around the bottom rim. She was also wearing shiny black heels, almost like something a little girl would wear to a wedding. She looked so harmless. I stared at her for a solid 30 seconds with her staring right back at me. She didn't move, not a muscle. Then behind me, I heard a knock. I thought
Loki just scared me because it sounded realistic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie.
Hearing a knock was weird because I live in a brick house. I turned around, and there was nothing there. The wind wasn't even blowing anymore. I go to look back at the girl, and she was gone. I was creeped out, so I went inside. A few days later, I was planning to list a few items on eBay, one being an old doll that I used to play with when I was little.
That girl.
I had the items sitting beside my bed so I could keep an eye on them. I'm getting ready for bed, and I notice the doll is looking at me, or at least in the direction of my bed. So like any person would do, I turned the head and made it face my closet. The neck part is pretty stiff, so I wasn't expecting the head to move. I woke up the next morning and the head was looking right back at me. This time, I could feel it staring at me. I turned the doll around completely this time, and nothing else happened with the doll. The rest of the day, I just had this eerie feeling that I was being watched. Eventually, I had had enough of it, and I sat down on the edge of my bed and I wanted to talk to whatever it was. I assumed it was the little girl from a few nights prior because it was a doll that had moved out of everything in my room. I sat down and said, "Hello, is this the little girl from the other night?" I didn't get an answer. So I changed the subject and said, "Do you like my doll? Do you want me to keep it? Is that why you moved it?" Again, I got nothing. So I sat in silence for a little while because I didn't know what to say.
What the fuck?
After about 5 minutes of sitting in silence, I looked forward and saw clothes in my closet swaying. I was so confused because there was nothing on in my room that would cause air to flow or a breeze. I spoke out and said, "Is that it? You want me to look in the closet?" Then the clothes stopped moving. I was again extremely confused. I was going to get up and look at my closet, but as I was about to get up, I felt fingers creep on the back of my neck.
Shit.
I had goosebumps down my entire body, and I jolted up from my bed. I looked and nothing was there. This made me frustrated. It's like whatever it was just toying with me or teasing me. So I stood my ground and I said, "Get out. You are not welcome here anymore. Leave." The eerie feeling of being watched instantly went away. I left the room anyway because I needed to be around people. Nothing has happened since. Anytime someone asks me if I ever had a paranormal experience, that's the first that comes to mind, and I feel like it always will be.
Fuck no. I rate that a 2 out of 10. It was boring. But I give it a 1 to the fact that you can sleep everyone went to bed. You gotta die for those hours. Yeah, for real. Alright, yeah, that story like a 2 out of 10. That shit was not scary at all. That was not scary. None of these stories is like, why? I'm not. The stories we was watching in the beginning was way scarier. Let me go back.
A coworker told me this unforgettable story about his time in high school. I'm going to write this from his perspective. Central High School in Springfield, Missouri is haunted. I know what you're thinking. Every kid says their school is haunted. But my story is different. I saw it. Central was actually the first high school in Springfield. The original brick building with its tower still stands, but has now expanded with many new wings.
I seen this. Fuck.
From Kolkata. My name is Anika and I am from Kolkata, India. This is the story of the man who might have been trying to steal my soul as I slept. So one day I had a dream about a guy who was in his mid-30s. I had never seen this person.
Alright, we're gonna do this on Mars video.
In the year 2009, I was spending a weekend with my uncle on his ranch when my parents were renovating the new house we had just bought. It was my second night there, a Saturday, and it happened to be during one of the biggest thunderstorms of the year. I'd say there were at least 3 crashes of thunder and lightning per minute. And we were in the heart of the storm because the thunder would crash not even a second after the lightning would. I always enjoyed listening to storms while laying in bed. So I stayed up a little later watching TV, just enjoying the ambiance. After the movie I was watching finally ended, I turned off the TV and tried to fall asleep.
What the fuck?
As I heard the lightning strike from outside, I could have sworn I heard some kind of metallic thud coming from outside at the same time.
Too.
I didn't pay it too much mind. 20 seconds later, I could have sworn I heard it again. A very distinct metallic thud coming from outside to match the timing of the lightning. I really don't mean to make this sound like a cliche horror story, but my uncle really is a kind of creepy guy, and I was never close with him even remotely, so for that reason I didn't feel right going to wake him up. I just tried to forget about it. Now I was getting concerned. What the hell could that be? After the third time, I finally got out of bed and walked over to the window of the guest bedroom. The water pouring down on the window made it extra hard to see what was out there in the dark fields. A flash of lightning momentarily lit up the property, but I couldn't see anything. However, once again, the sound of a metal hit accompanied it. The sound was so close now, it sounded like it was coming from the left of the window at a blind spot. I was going to do something I knew my uncle wouldn't be happy about. It would be a bit messy, but I was going to open the window and peer outside to see if I could see what the sound was. I unhooked the window lock and slid it up, and immediately the wind of the storm blew drops of rain into the room and onto me. I stuck my head out the window and looked to the left, and at that very moment, lightning lit up the property once again, and I could see a person dressed in all black crouched down by the outside basement door with his hand raised in the air. And before the sky went dark, I caught the briefest glimpse of what the sound was coming from. The person was bashing at the basement door lock. I pulled my head in and quietly shut the window, making sure to lock it. I was in a panic. I feared he might have seen or heard me. I ran back to bed and pretended to be asleep, facing away from the window. Lightning crashed once again, but this time there was no metallic thud. My heart must have dropped as I realized this. I just stayed put in bed for the longest time, hoping whoever was out there would go away. After maybe 3 more lightning crashes without any thuds accompanying them, I thought it would be safe to go tell my uncle.
Exactly.
I turned to face the window and screamed. There was a figure, clear as day, standing at the window, looking in at me. I screamed as loud as I could and ran straight to my uncle's room. He went outside with his hunting rifle with nothing on but his pajamas, not even socks. He ran around the entire property yelling like a madman, but didn't find anyone. The next morning, we were able to better see the marks on the basement door lock. It was almost bashed open. Maybe 3 or 4 more good hits would have done it, according to my uncle. He was proud of me for picking up on it. Luckily, I was out of there that same day. My uncle hasn't told us of any incidents since, so I think he's been okay. Not that we talked to him much at all. I'm grateful I stayed up a little later that night watching that movie, because I may have just stopped a robbery, or possibly much worse.
It's gonna show him here. Damn, no it didn't. What you rate that story? What you rate that story? I'm gonna do like one more story and then I'm gonna get off. I'm not tired at all, but my sleep schedule is like very bad. My sleep schedule is like very bad. So I might just have to turn on something and go to sleep. Literally. I gotta force myself to get off. My sleep schedule is like very bad. It's not supposed to be like this. It's not supposed to be like this. It's just like, damn. Because like basically I can't enjoy the day. I can't enjoy the day at all. Because like, it's like I'm Batman. You know what I mean? Like I can't enjoy the day at all because like, every time when I try to, like I get too tired to where I gotta go to sleep. So like I just fall asleep. Like it's just like so tiring. Like tiring as fuck. A lot. Sleep schedule is like very, very bad. And then I wake up, like I would go to sleep at like 10 a.m. and then I would wake up at like late as fuck. It's just bad. Very bad. You in school, question mark? No, I'm not in school. I'm not in school. Where's the trying to find one more. I want to do this one, the Snapchat story. I want to do this one. This one right here. The sleepover one kind of seemed good too. I don't know. Why'd you say you really didn't go sleep? Back when I would have to go to school, I used to still stay up. I used to still manage to get up though.
This happened a week ago. Up until a few days ago, I went to a small local gym in my now previous New Jersey town called Black Bear Fitness. One day, I had the misfortune of running into some skinny, awkward, yet creepy-looking kid, probably 18 years old. He didn't look like he belonged in a gym at all. I had headphones in and I was doing my set when I heard him saying something to me, but it was muffled by the music. I was already annoyed with this kid, given that he was breaking an unwritten rule of the gym. Don't try to talk to somebody when they're doing their sets. I took my time finishing my set, and then took my headphones out to ask if he needed something. Then he started acting like I looked familiar, but right away I knew this kid was just trying some pathetic attempt at making friends. I assured him I didn't, but the kid wouldn't stop talking to me. I'll skip most of the conversation, but eventually he actually asked me for my Instagram and Snapchat, weirdly enough, and for whatever reason I gave them to him. Instead of just saying something like, "Buddy, I'm trying to work out," or "I don't have social media." After I gave him my Snapchat and Instagram, however, I did kind of urge him to let me resume my workout. He finally seemed to get the message and walked away. Not without saying bye
Watch them both. What you mean? Watch them both.
3 times though. That night I got a snap on my phone saying "from Sean." I immediately sighed and said, "Oh no," just wondering why the hell the kid would snap me. I opened the snap, and the kid was in a creepy, weird pose, face way too close to the camera, with his head resting in his hand and a half smile on his face. The text over the picture was "Hey" with 2 Y's. I muttered the words, "What the fuck?" For the record, I'm a guy, which made this even more weird. My thought process was, I've had enough of this loser already. I'm gonna remove him and make it clear I don't want to talk if I see him at the gym again. And so I did. I removed him minutes after he sent that snap. I'm sure not even a minute later, again a message popped up on my phone saying "Snapchat from Sean."
Video on the sleepover one. I bet.
I waited a few minutes before opening it. This one was even creepier. Now the kid was sitting up on his bed, no smile, more of a surprised, angry expression.
Why did you? Oh,
the
what
text
the fuck?
over the
Oh,
image
shit.
said, "Why did you remove me?" Now I went as far as to block him, meaning he couldn't snap me anymore. And that was that. I threw my phone on the desk and sighed out of relief. Half an hour later, my phone goes off, saying "Sean added you as a friend," and then Snapchat from Sean. He actually made a new account. I opened the snap and felt my heart drop. It was a picture of my front lawn. The text over it, "Answer me, bitch." The first thing I could think of was, how did he find my address? Then I realized, Snapchat made that new map feature that lets you see where your friends are. Somehow I had the balls to open the window to see outside. It was clear out there. I shut the window and the blinds and started considering calling 911.
Insane. Not for real. What the fuck? Oh shit.
It was the sound of taps on the window. I took a deep breath, and with one swift motion, I pulled up the blind and the window at the same time and pulled the kid into my room by his neck.
Damn.
I punched him in the face a few times before he was out cold. Now I called 911. By the time they arrived, he was awake, cursing me out, promising he'd be back and kill me. The cops heard it all. I didn't even have to make a case. The kid was an idiot. Luckily, the timing of this worked out well, because I just moved a couple days ago out of state. Only thing that worries me, I don't want to have to make a new Snapchat account, but anytime somebody new adds me on the app, I'll never know if it's secretly that Sean kid again.
I got PTSD. I'll give that story like a 6 or 7. It wasn't scary, but it was like, you know. Damn, I think I lost the sleepover story. Because I pressed the arrow to go back to where it was. But now I don't see it. Hold on, let me try to go here. Here we go. Could have added a 5 out of 10. Could have added a little more to it. Exactly. Right. Hide and seek. Oh my god. See, why all the ones want to look good? Like, why do it want to get good when once a nigga want to get off to go fix his sleep schedule? Why all the like the good looking ones want to pop up?
This happened when I was 15 years old. My best friend Anthony wanted me to come over for the night since his parents would be gone all weekend. I rode my bike over and put it in his backyard before letting myself in through his back door. We played basically every video game he had, from FIFA all the way to Call of Duty, with popcorn and other junk food spilled out all over the floor. As the night progressed, we moved from video games to watching half a movie and getting bored to doing prank calls at close to 10 o'clock. Anthony made a few calls to different pizza places. When it was my turn, I just dialed a few random numbers in hopes to get someone at their house. On, say, my 4th attempt, I finally reached somebody.
Oh, shit. You got the wrong
A guy
one.
with a deep and rough voice picked up, answering with a yeah instead of a hello. Anthony's laughing in the background made me stumble with my words mid-sentence, ultimately cracking up into laughter. I had never done a prank call, so I sucked at it. The guy on the other end was silent. I regained a straight face and tried to continue with the call. It went something like this. Sir, would it be alright if I borrowed one of the wheels from your car? What's your name, kid? My name is Bob. Really? You sure it's not Anthony?
Oh, shit.
It hit me like a brick.
Oh, shit.
I looked up at Anthony, whose face was noticeably full of fear. I hung up the phone, not wanting to be on the line with whoever that was for another second. Anthony, who the hell was that? I asked him. I don't know, he told me.
For real, he
Does
done,
your
bro.
caller
It's over
ID
with,
info
bro.
display your name or something? No, it shows my dad's name. We hopped on the computer and did some research, trying to figure out how it was possible to get someone's name through their phone number. It didn't make sense how he could get Anthony's name so quickly. He was way too young at the time to be on any of those personal information sharing websites. We ended up asking a question on Yahoo Answers, since no one had a similar experience. The question turned up no answers. I suggested he call his dad, but he said he wasn't supposed to have anybody over for the weekend, so he didn't want to call. We planned on sleeping in the living room, so we just resumed watching the movie that we hadn't finished from earlier. Right after the phone call had left my mind, me and Anthony looked at each other when we heard his front storm door opening, and then the doorknob to the front door began to turn. It only was able to turn about halfway before the lock restricted it. Anthony turned off the TV, and I went over to the window to see who it was. I spread the blinds open. There was a tall guy standing outside. He noticed the blinds
And they got the
moving
van right there.
and
Oh,
turned to
shit.
look at me. I practically threw the blinds back into place. Me and Anthony hid in the kitchen, listening for any more noises. We heard
At this point, y'all might as well just get in trouble and call the police. Y'all might as well just do that. Fuck it.
the sound of the gate to the backyard opening, as it was right outside the kitchen window. God damn it, I said. I forgot to shut the back door. Anthony urged me to run and shut it.
Like,
I made it to the hallway leading to his back door and froze. There was a silhouette standing outside the back door. I don't think he noticed me, but he was surely looking into the house. He opened the door and stepped inside. I tiptoed to the kitchen and motioned for Anthony to follow me upstairs. We made it to his room as quietly as possible, pulling the door shut to avoid making any noise. We crawled under his bed. He had cloth covering the bottom of his bed, so you couldn't see anything under it unless you actually moved the cloth. The doors downstairs all opened, each one getting closer to the stairs. Thumps finally began up the stairs, and he was right outside the door now. The door to the room opened.
Imagine like they heart beating and like what was going through their mind when all of this happened.
I could hear Anthony's breathing. It was too loud. Footsteps moved over to the closet, and then the closet opened. I could hear the coat hangers being slid around as the fabric of the jackets and coats rubbed against each other. Footsteps moved over to the bed and stopped. I felt like my heart was about to explode out of my chest.
You feel bad.
Anthony's breathing was too loud. I had to cover his mouth with my hand. Nothing but silence in the room now. We laid still for so long, I almost thought he wasn't even in the room anymore.
He gonna lift up the thingy, girl.
I moved my hand away from Anthony's mouth and whispered in his ear, "You think we can make a run for it?" He was about to answer when the most disturbing, memory-haunting scream I'd ever heard filled my ears as Anthony was seemingly dragged out from under the bed.
Oh!
I crawled out and saw him struggling with the man. I desperately looked around for anything to use as a weapon. I settled with the screwdriver sitting on his nightstand. I hurried over to the man and drove the screwdriver into his back. He let go of Anthony as he let out a scream of agony, giving us time to get the hell out of the house. Running onto the road would give away our position too easily. It would take too long to make it to his neighbor's house. We dove for the tree line in the woods and took cover behind a bush, watching the house. The back door opened as the man stepped outside, looking around the backyard. He then looked out to the woods. I felt his eyes pass me as he scanned through the tree line. It seemed that it was too dark for him to see us. Then, he turned his head back in our direction.
Oh shit.
I ducked behind the bush. "Joe, he's coming." "What?" "Dude, get up, we gotta run." He was right. The man was approaching us fast.
Oh shit.
How could he have seen us? We ran through the woods with the leaves crunching under us, giving away our position. When Anthony tripped over something,
No, I knew
crouched
somebody was
down
gonna
with
fucking
him,
fall.
hoping we had run far enough. Not even 20 seconds later, oncoming footsteps from the direction we were running from came fast.
shit.
They slowed down only 2 trees away from us as we lay face down in the leaves. Moments later, the footsteps take off in another direction. We waited until we could no longer hear them and took off.
For real, they always fucking falling, bro.
Back in the direction of the house. While running, over the sound of leaves crushing and my heavy breathing, I could swear I heard leaves crushing from behind us. We made it back to his backyard, into his house, and this time, remembering to shut the
Stupid ass person trip. Exactly. They be by air, literally. I was thinking that in my head. Like, they be tripping over fucking air. They don't even, like, literally. I was just watching a scary movie and somebody just tripped over fucking nothing. Like, they always falling just to fucking fall. Like, get the fuck up.
back door. We were now
like whatever shoes they wearing just gotta be fucking bad, because there's no way you just tripping like that.
able to call the police. Anthony stayed on the line with them while I patrolled the back windows, making sure nobody was out there. It was so dark though, I couldn't see anything. So I did something that seems stupid today. I turned on his backyard lights, and immediately in the distance, over by the woods, I saw him, standing in front of a big tree. He turned off back into the woods and disappeared out of sight. That was the last time me or Anthony ever saw him. I would be lying if I told you we heard the occasional knocks at our windows or something cliche. No, that was it. 5 years have passed and nothing has happened. Do I wonder if it was somehow linked to the prank call? Maybe. Does it make sense?
I bet they won't ever do
Not
it
really.
again.
But yeah, this was the story of how me and my still best friend Anthony almost died during a break-in.
What y'all feel about that? I feel like that was actually good though. I actually liked it. I actually like that story. Like, I actually liked it. 8 out of 10. Yeah, I agree. 10 out of 10. I mean, 8 out of 10.
When I was a kid, my parents would sometimes bring me down to my aunt and uncle's place to stay for the weekend. Mainly, I'd spend time playing with my 2 cousins who were around the same age as me. They lived on a small farm with plenty of open space, and we could run around doing pretty much whatever we wanted. If we thought we could get away with it, the three of us would sometimes cross over to the neighboring farm about half a mile away. It had been abandoned for decades, with a scattering of derelict buildings and other structures still standing on the property, just begging to be explored.
Top 3 stupid things you can do in a horror movie. 3, watching a monster fucking transform. 2, tripping on fucking ear. 1 of it. Actually, you know what? The way you actually just put that actually did just sound good, actually. The top stupid things. 3, watching a monster transform. 2, tripping on ear, and then 1, investigating. That was actually good. What the fuck? No, that's good, Jay. You right though. Like, I hate when they wait for the fucking monster to finish transforming and fucking start running. Like, that shit is annoying. Like, why do y'all sit there and look shocked, like, oh, and then want to run after? Like, go. As soon as y'all see that shit, run. Why are y'all sitting there looking at that shit to start transforming? And then trip on ear while trying to run after. Like, that shit's dumb.
This was, of course,
and they probably wouldn't even be in that situation in the first place if they didn't investigate it.
Goldmine for 3 adventurous young boys such as ourselves, especially after my cousins told me stories about the deaths that took place in the house. It was pretty classic fare. Man goes crazy, axe murders his entire family, hangs himself, returns every night as an angry spirit looking for new victims.
Exactly, they're dramatic as
Good,
fuck, too.
grisly stuff. Even at that age, I knew they were probably making it up, or at least embellishing old rumors. But seeing as how the setting lent itself so well to such tales, I allowed myself to buy into it. One afternoon, we decided to play hide and seek. When it was my turn to hide, I ran off for a flimsy brown barn that had living quarters on top and climbed the stairs looking for a good spot. There was still furniture inside, and personal belongings lay scattered across the floor.
No matter how extreme of hide and seek we playing, I would never fucking hide in no fucking not haunted, but abandoned house like this, ever. Ever.
I maneuvered over broken dishes, tattered clothes, and crumbling books, eventually coming to a small room with a closet. Jackpot. There were even long black dresses still hanging on the rod that I could hide behind. I stepped inside and managed to force shut the folding door. My only illumination was a slit of sunlight that shone through the crack in the door from a nearby window. I crouched down with knees tucked into chest and waited. Some time passed, and there was still no sign of my seekers. I waited some more, debating if and when I should give myself up. After nearly an hour, this was starting to get boring. My head drooped. I woke with a jerk. It was pitch black. Drowsy and confused, I forgot for a minute where I was or what I had been doing. As it came back to me, the realization that it was now nighttime and that I had been abandoned here filled me with sinking dread in the pit of my stomach. I tried to get up, but a sudden cramp in my calf kept me grounded. I squirmed about, waiting for it to pass, when I heard a door slamming shut downstairs, and instantly froze. One of my cousins? There was a brief period of silence, then footsteps at the bottom of the stairs. But not just footsteps, a thud too. After every other step. These weren't the footfalls.
Yes, bro, that creepy ass dog. What the fuck?
Of a child. They were slow, heavy, deliberate. I held my breath, praying they would go away. They did not. The noises continued to ascend. After another moment of silence, the walking resumed, this time along with a steady scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floorboards. The footsteps made their way through the debris and wandered aimlessly through the various rooms. I thought I could smell something faintly putrid. The constant scrape sent cold shivers coursing down my arms and back. My worst fears were realized when the steps reached the bedroom doorway. They got closer and closer, and finally stopped directly in front of the closet door. I couldn't see a thing. After an agonizing pause, they continued on, over to the other side of the room and out the doorway again. They faded away down the hallway. I waited for what seemed like an eternity. There were no more sounds now, and I was trying to build up enough courage to open the door and flee. 3 things happened simultaneously just then. I was bombarded with a smell I can only describe as fresh roadkill. I heard raspy breathing behind me in the dark closet, and I felt hot breath against the nape of my neck. That was enough for me to hurtle myself out from the confines of that nightmare space, relying on memory and scant moonlight to navigate through the darkened house. All the while, I heard footsteps chasing behind me, closing in with terrifying speed.
Oh shit.
It was a clumsy, torturous escape full of trips and bumps and blind stumbling. I never looked back. At least, not until I had burst out the front door and into the country night.
Oh shit.
And when I did turn around, I saw absolutely nothing.
The fuck?
There were no more footsteps and nobody was chasing me. That didn't stop me from running though, all the way back to my aunt and uncle's house. There was a police car in the driveway when I got back. My parents were there too, worried sick. Everybody demanded to know where I had been. Apparently, when my cousins still hadn't found me by evening, they'd returned home to tell their parents.
Oh, so it was a long
Eventually,
time.
the police were called in and informed me that they had already scoured every building on the farm. The insinuation that I was lying about my whereabouts didn't go unnoticed. None of it made any sense. It wasn't until years later that one of my cousins filled in a final piece of the story. He and his brothers had spent hours searching for me like they said, but the part they didn't tell anyone was that they thought they spotted me in the window of the bedroom I was hiding in. And when they got closer, they saw that it wasn't me. A young boy neither of them recognized was smiling and waving down at them and gesturing for them to come upstairs. That's when they ran back home. All of this while I slept in the closet.
Oh, hell no. What y'all rate that story? I started getting creeped out, I'm not gonna lie. Top 3 smart things you can do in the world to run fast, to go in groups. One out of that. Exactly. I'm surprised he didn't slip at all. Nah, he slipped a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I seen him slip a little bit. Just a little bit.